The text came while I was adjusting my cap and gown in the mirror, trying to get the gold medical school honors cord to lay just right. 4 years of sleepless nights, brutal exams, and clinical rotations that left me questioning my sanity, all leading to this moment. Can't make it. Your brother qualified for regionals. It's just a piece of paper anyway. We'll celebrate later. Dad. I stared at the message until the words blurred. Behind me, my roommate Priya was curling her hair, her parents' voices echoing from our apartment's living room as they fussed over flower arrangements and restaurant reservations. Everything okay? She asked, catching my reflection. My parents aren't coming, I heard myself say, the words sounding foreign. What? Why? My brother has a golf tournament. She set down the curling iron. Kiara, no, they're not seriously skipping your medical school graduation for golf. But they were. Because that's what the Matthews family did. Orbit around Brandon like he was the sun, while I played the role of distant Pluto, frozen and forgotten at the edge of their universe. I didn't cry. 4 years of medical school had trained that weakness out of me. Instead, I deleted the text and finished getting ready. If they thought this was just about a piece of paper, they understood nothing about what I'd survived to earn it. The auditorium was packed with families clutching bouquets and pride. I walked across that stage alone in spirit, my name echoing in a room full of strangers' applause. Dr. Kiara Matthews, first in my family to graduate college, let alone medical school. Valedictorian. Headed to Johns Hopkins for surgical residency. My parents were watching Brandon hit a little white ball into a hole. Priya's family adopted me for the day, insisting I join their celebration dinner. Her mother kept tearing up, saying how proud my parents must be. I smiled and nodded, the lie easier than the truth. They took pictures of me with my diploma, images that would never grace my parents' mantle next to Brandon's golf trophies. That night, I made a decision. If they couldn't prioritize me on the biggest day of my life, I wouldn't prioritize them on theirs. It wasn't revenge, it was reciprocity. Residency swallowed me whole. 100-hour weeks, back-to-back surgeries, learning to function on fragments of sleep and hospital coffee. My parents called occasionally, conversations that always seemed to center on Brandon's latest tournament or new sponsorship deal. Did I mention I was saving lives? Apparently, that ranked below his new golf club endorsement. When are you coming home? Mom would ask, not because she missed me, but because she needed someone to plan Brandon's birthday party or help with some family event where they could parade their successful children. Well, child. I was the absent one, always working, always unavailable. I'm on trauma rotation, I'd explain. I can't just leave. You work too much, she'd sigh. Brandon manages to balance everything. Brandon's idea of balance was choosing between golf and parties. Mine was choosing between saving a car accident victim and eating lunch. We were not the same. 5 years passed in a blur of surgeries, sleepless nights, and gradual specialization. I chose neurosurgery, the hardest, most demanding specialty. If I was going to be forgotten anyway, might as well be forgotten while doing something extraordinary. My fellowship at Johns Hopkins turned into an attending position. Published papers, speaking engagements, a growing reputation as one of the best young neurosurgeons on the East Coast. My parents knew none of this. They'd never asked, and I'd stopped offering information they didn't want. Then came the call that changed everything. I was between surgeries, scarfing down a protein bar, when my phone lit up. Mom. I almost ignored it, probably calling about Brandon's engagement party or some other event I'd be expected to attend despite the 6-hour drive. But something made me answer. Kiara? Her voice was different. Smaller. Scared. It's Dad. He's in the hospital. My heart stopped, then resumed at double speed. What happened? A stroke. They're saying he needs surgery. Brain surgery. The doctor here says it's complicated, that we might need to transfer him to a bigger hospital. Where are you? She named a regional hospital near their house. Decent for basic care, but for a complex neurovascular case, not ideal. I'll make some calls, I said, already mentally reviewing the best neurovascular surgeons within transfer distance. Could you come? Please? We're so scared, and Brandon doesn't understand what the doctors are saying. Of course Brandon was there. Of course they were scared now, when they needed something. I'm in the middle of my shift, Mom. I have surgery scheduled. It's just a job, she cried. Your father might be dying. Just a job. Like my graduation was just a piece of paper. I'll see what I can do, I said and hung up. I stood in the hallway, still in my scrubs from the craniotomy I just finished, and felt the universe laugh at its own cruel joke. 5 years of silence, and now they needed exactly what I trained for. I made the calls, got the scans sent to my office, reviewed them with the detached professionalism that had saved hundreds of lives. Anterior cerebral artery aneurysm, partially ruptured. Complicated but manageable, if you had the right surgeon. I was the right surgeon, one of maybe 3 on the East Coast who could handle this particular complexity with the best odds of full recovery. My phone rang again, this time Brandon. Kiera, thank God. Mom's losing it. Can you get here? Talk to the doctors. None of us understand this stuff. I am a doctor, Brandon. I mean, yeah, but like a real doctor who does this stuff. I laughed, actually laughed. I'm a neurosurgeon. I literally do this stuff. Silence. Wait, what? I thought you were like, in general practice or something. 5 years. 5 years of residency, fellowship, and practice, and my family thought I was a general practitioner. I'm one of the best neurosurgeons at Johns Hopkins, I said slowly. I specialize in exactly what Dad needs. Holy shit, can you fix him? I could. The question was, would I? I'll review his case, I said neutrally. I called my chief, explained the situation. He immediately offered to clear my schedule, have my father transferred to Hopkins, give me the OR. Family comes first, he said. Take all the time you need. Family comes first, unless it's a golf tournament or an engagement party, or literally any Brandon-related event. I made a decision. Actually, I told my chief, I think I'll refer the case to Dr. Hawthorne. He's excellent with aneurysms. But you're better, he said, confused. This is your father. Exactly why I shouldn't operate. Too emotionally involved, it wouldn't be professional. It was a valid excuse. Surgeons often didn't operate on family, but we both knew I bent that rule before, operating on Priya's mother when she needed emergency surgery. The difference was Priya's mother had held me when I cried after graduation. I texted my mother the referral information. Dr. Hawthorne was good. Not the best, but good. Dad would probably be fine. Probably. The explosion came an hour later. What do you mean you're not coming? Mom screamed through the phone. He's your father. And Brandon's tournament was just golf, I replied calmly. But you both chose that over my medical school graduation. Called it just a piece of paper, remember? That's different. How? How is it different? I needed you then. You chose Brandon. You need me now. I'm choosing my responsibilities here. You're a doctor. You took an oath. I'm referring you to an excellent surgeon. That fulfills my oath. Coming to hold your hand while you worry, that's family. And according to you, family obligations are flexible when something more important comes up. Kiera, please. Did you know I graduated first in my class? That I've published 12 papers on neurovascular surgery? That I was nominated for the Young Surgeon Award last year? Silence. No, I continued, because you never asked. Because Brandon had tournaments and parties and a very important golf career that somehow always trumped your daughter becoming a brain surgeon. We're proud of you. Name one thing I've done in the last 5 years. One achievement, one milestone, one moment of my career. She couldn't. I saved hundreds of lives, I said. Learned to operate on the thing that makes us human. Achieved everything I dreamed of and more. And you missed it all for golf. Your father could die. He won't. Dr. Hawthorne is excellent. Dad will get good care, the same way I got through medical school without you. I hung up and went back to work. Saved 3 lives that day, including a 6-year-old with a tumor everyone said was inoperable. Her parents cried when I told them she'd make a full recovery. They'd been there for every appointment, every scan, every fearful moment. That's what family looked like. The calls and texts came in waves. Brandon, aunts, uncles, cousins, all suddenly aware I existed now that they needed something. The family neurosurgeon who'd been invisible until convenience made me crucial. Dr. Hawthorne performed the surgery 2 days later. I monitored from afar, professional courtesy. The procedure went well, no complications. Dad would recover fully, though rehab would take months. I sent flowers. The card read, "Glad the surgery went well. Dr. Matthews. Not love, Kiera, not your daughter. Just my title and last name. Let them taste their own medicine. Brandon called the next week. Dad's doing better. He can talk again. Keeps asking for you. That's nice. Are you seriously going to hold a grudge forever? It was one graduation. It wasn't one anything, Brandon. It was everything. Every school play, every science fair, every award ceremony. Remember when I won the state biology competition? You had mini golf. Remember when I got into medical school? You had a practice round. That's not fair. Fair? I laughed. Fair would have been parents who showed up. Fair would have been a family that celebrated my achievements even half as much as they celebrated your mediocre golf career. I went pro. And I went to medical school. One of us saves lives. The other plays an expensive hobby. But sure, tell me again how your regional qualification was more important than my doctorate. He hung up. 3 months into Dad's recovery, Mom tried a different approach. A letter, handwritten, delivered to my office. We failed you, it began. At least she led with honesty. She detailed their regrets, their recognition of the imbalance, their desire to make amends. She mentioned Dad crying when he realized I wouldn't be his surgeon, the way he'd whispered my name during recovery, how they'd started looking up my publications and achievements. We see now what we missed, she wrote. You became extraordinary without us. Despite us. We're so proud and so ashamed. It was everything I'd wanted to hear for 20 years, and it was 5 years too late. I wrote back, brief and professional. I appreciate your letter. I'm glad Dad is recovering well. I've built a fulfilling life and career here, surrounded by colleagues and friends who value my contributions. I wish you all the best. No forgiveness. No anger. Just the polite distance you give a stranger who'd once wronged you. They started sending invitations after that. Family dinners, holidays, Brandon's wedding. I declined them all, always with valid excuses. Surgeries, conferences, research. The same kind of important obligations that had kept them from my graduation. Last month, I won the Young Surgeon Award I'd been nominated for. The ceremony was in the same auditorium where I'd graduated medical school, full circle in the best way. My chosen family was there, Priya, my chief, colleagues who'd become siblings, the families of patients whose lives I'd saved. During my acceptance speech, I talked about support systems. How success isn't achieved in isolation, but through the people who show up, who celebrate your victories and comfort your defeats, who see your worth even when you doubt it yourself. To those who weren't there, I concluded, looking directly at the camera broadcasting the ceremony, you missed something special. But to those who were, who are, who continue to be, you are why I stand here today. The video went viral in medical circles. Colleagues from around the country reached out with congratulations. My inbox flooded with opportunities, collaborations, speaking engagements. Buried in the messages was one from my father. A single line. We should have been there. Yes, they should have. But they taught me something valuable with their absence. That family isn't about blood or obligation or showing up only when you need something. It's about choosing each other consistently, especially when it's inconvenient. They'd chosen Brandon's golf fame over my graduation. I'd chosen my actual responsibilities over their emergency. The only difference was I'd given them excellent medical referrals while they'd given me a text message. Now, sitting in my office overlooking the Baltimore Harbor, surrounded by degrees they never saw me earn and awards they never saw me win, I feel at peace. Not the bitter peace of revenge, but the clean peace of clarity. They need me now. Need my expertise, my connections, my success. The daughter they overlooked became everything they never imagined, without their support or presence. And that's the real triumph. Not that I could withhold my skills when they needed them. Dr. Hawthorne did fine work. But that I'd learned to save myself first, to build a life where their absence was no longer and won't but simply a fact. They skipped my graduation for golf. I skipped their crisis for surgery. Somewhere in that exchange, I found my worth had nothing to do with their attendance. The best revenge isn't making them suffer. It's succeeding so thoroughly that their approval becomes irrelevant. It's saving lives while they save par. It's being too busy changing the world to notice they finally noticed you. My pager beeps. Another emergency, another life hanging in the balance. I scrub in, steady hands preparing to do what I do best. In OR3, a team waits for me, my real family, the ones who show up. What do we have? I ask. 43-year-old male, ruptured aneurysm, came in through emergency. Just another case. Just another life to save. Just another day being the doctor my parents never saw me become. And that's more than enough.
She'll never figure it out. She trusts you too much. Savannah's voice, a low, confident murmur laced with something that sounded like a chuckle, drifted up the stairs. My hand froze on the banister. I'm Cora, and that was my sister-in-law, Savannah, talking to my husband, Caden. My husband. The words echoed in the sudden, chilling silence that followed her statement. I hadn't meant to eavesdrop. I was just coming down for a glass of water, the house quiet and dark. But their voices, hushed in the kitchen, snagged my attention. Caden's reply was too low to catch, but Savannah's next words were clear. Exactly. Just keep doing what you're doing. My heart hammered against my ribs. Keep doing what? What wouldn't I figure out? I retreated silently, my throat tight, the need for water forgotten. Back in our bedroom, the king-sized bed felt vast and cold. Caden eventually came up, sliding in beside me with a sigh, smelling faintly of the expensive soap Savannah always used. He didn't touch me. He hadn't, not really, in weeks. Before that night, life had been, well, normal. Or what I thought was normal. Caden and I had been married for 5 years. He was charming, ambitious, the kind of man who owned every room he walked into. I'd always thought we were happy. Lately, though, things had shifted. His late nights at work became more frequent, stretching into the early hours. Big project, babe, he'd say, kissing my forehead, his eyes already distant. You know how it is. I tried to be understanding. His business was demanding, but the excuses started to feel thin, like worn fabric. Another client dinner? I'd ask, trying to keep the doubt from my voice. Yeah, this one ran super late. Old Mr. Henderson loves to talk. He'd shrug, already unbuttoning his shirt, avoiding my gaze. And then there was Savannah, Caden's older sister. She was always around, a constant presence in our lives, especially recently. She'd pop over unannounced, usually when Caden was working late, her face a mask of sisterly concern. Just checking in on you, sweetie, she'd say, her eyes scanning our living room, lingering on the slightly dusty coffee table. Caden's so swamped, poor thing. You must get lonely. Her support always came with a little sting. If I ever dared to voice a sliver of my unease, a tiny worry about Caden's absences, she'd tilt her head, a small, pitying smile playing on her lips. Oh, Cora, she'd say, her tone dripping with condescension. You're being a bit paranoid, don't you think? He adores you. Men just get stressed with work. Or, you're so sensitive, honey. Maybe you need a hobby, something to take your mind off things. One evening, after Caden missed our anniversary dinner for a last-minute emergency meeting, I broke down a little. I just feel like he's pulling away, I confessed to Savannah, tears pricking my eyes. She patted my hand, her touch cool. Now, don't go inventing problems. Caden is a provider. That's what good husbands do. You should be proud of him, not suspicious. She even managed a little smirk. Honestly, Cora, sometimes I think you look for things to worry about. Caden, when I tried to talk to him, would echo her sentiments, though more gently. Babe, you know I love you. Savannah's right. I'm just under a lot of pressure. Can we not do this tonight? He'd look tired, put upon, and I'd feel a fresh wave of guilt. Were they right? Was I just being needy, insecure? I started to watch myself, to analyze my own thoughts and feelings. Maybe I was too sensitive. Maybe I was paranoid. The doubt began to creep in, a slow, insidious poison, making me question my own judgment. Caden and Savannah were so aligned, a united front. They'd exchange these knowing glances, little smiles that didn't include me. It made me feel like an outsider in my own life. The night I overheard them, that whispered exchange in the kitchen, it wasn't just the words themselves that chilled me. It was Savannah's laugh. It was the casual, almost gleeful way she said, "She'll never figure it out." It confirmed that tiny, persistent voice in the back of my head that had been whispering, "Something is wrong." My trust in Caden, once a bedrock, suddenly felt like sand shifting beneath my feet. The cold dread that settled in my stomach that night wasn't just fear. It was the horrifying realization that the people I should have been able to trust the most might be actively working against me. And Savannah, with her saccharine concern and cutting remarks, seemed to be right at the center of it. Savannah's words, "She'll never figure it out," became a relentless echo in my mind. Sleep became a luxury I couldn't afford. My nights spent staring at the ceiling, replaying every recent conversation, every dismissive glance from Caden, every condescending smile from his sister. I had nothing concrete, just that sickening snippet of conversation and a growing chasm in my gut. Caden's excuses for his absences became almost comical in their vagueness. "Just a quick networking thing," he'd text hours after he was due home. Or, "Client dinner ran super late, heading back now," would ping on my phone close to midnight. When he did materialize, he'd offer a tired smile and a peck on the cheek, already halfway to the shower, washing away. What? The scent of another woman? The guilt? "You okay, babe?" he asked one morning, noticing me staring at him as he knotted his tie. "You seem jumpy." "Just tired," I lied, forcing a smile. "Didn't sleep well." "You should try to relax more," he said, patting my shoulder before heading out. "Maybe Savannah can take you out for lunch or something. Get your mind off things." As if on cue, Savannah's visits ramped up. She'd appear at the door with a bright, false cheerfulness, a gourmet coffee in hand for me. "Thought you might need a pick-me-up," she'd chirp, settling onto the sofa like she owned it. Her eyes, though, held that familiar pity. "Poor Cora," she said one afternoon, watching me listlessly flip through a magazine. "You really do need to find a hobby. All this moping around isn't good for you. Or for Caden, for that matter. He worries, you know." "Does he?" I asked, my voice flatter than I intended. "Of course he does. He just wants you to be happy." She paused, then added, "And, you know, less intense about things." The implication hung in the air. Less suspicious, less questioning. I felt a flare of anger, but I swallowed it down. What could I say? I had no proof. Accusing them based on a half-heard sentence would just make me sound unhinged, confirming their narrative that I was paranoid. So, I started looking. When Caden was in the shower, his phone would be on the nightstand. My hands would shake as I picked it up, my heart pounding. But it was always frustratingly clean. Call logs were often empty or showed only calls to his office or Savannah. Texts were bland, generic. "Running late. Pick up milk? Love you?" It was like he knew I might look, or maybe he was just incredibly careful. Or maybe a tiny, hopeful part of me whispered I really was imagining things. But then I'd remember Savannah's laugh, that chilling confidence. "You seem so stressed lately, Cora," Savannah remarked during another check-in. She was examining a framed photo of Caden and me from our honeymoon, a slight frown on her face. "It's not good for your complexion. Maybe you should try yoga. Or meditation." "Maybe," I said, my voice tight. I wanted to scream at her, to demand what she meant, what she and Caden were hiding. Instead, I just felt a wave of despair. I was starting to feel like I was losing my mind, trapped in a fog of suspicion and self-doubt, with Savannah as my ever-present smug tormentor. One Saturday, Caden announced he had to go into the office for a few hours. "Emergency server issue," he said, already dressed in casual clothes that looked more suited for a relaxed brunch than a tech crisis. "On a Saturday?" I asked. "Yeah, sucks, I know. Don't wait up for lunch." He kissed me quickly and left, The house felt suffocating. I paced, restless and agitated. I needed to do something. Anything. I decided to tidy Caden's home office, a space I rarely entered. He always said he liked to keep his work separate. As I dusted his large oak desk, I idly pulled open a deep drawer, one he usually kept locked but had apparently forgotten. It was mostly filled with old files and stationery, but tucked way in the back, almost hidden beneath a stack of outdated financial reports, was a small, sleek jewelry box. It was dark velvet, expensive looking, from a high-end boutique I didn't recognize. Certainly not a place Caden would ever think to shop for me. My breath caught. With trembling fingers, I lifted the lid, empty. My stomach dropped. It wasn't the style he'd ever buy for me. Too modern, too flashy. And it definitely wasn't an anniversary or birthday gift he'd forgotten to give me. Those dates had long passed. A cold certainty washed over me. This box hadn't been for me. So, who was it for? And where was the jewelry now? The empty jewelry box became my silent obsession. I put it back exactly where I found it, deep in Caden's desk drawer, but its image was seared into my brain. It was a tangible piece of something, even if I didn't know what that something was yet. The vague unease I'd been living with sharpened into a specific, gnawing question. Who was he buying expensive jewelry for? I started paying closer attention to our finances, something Caden had always handled with an air of, "Don't worry your pretty little head about it." I logged into our joint credit card account online, my hands clammy. At first, it was just the usual bills, groceries, gas. But then, I started noticing charges at high-end restaurants I'd never been to, boutiques I'd only window shopped at. They were often categorized vaguely: client entertainment, business gifts. One charge, for a significant amount at a lingerie store known for its risque items, was labeled office supplies. Office supplies? My blood ran cold. I couldn't keep it in anymore. I called Eliana, my best friend since college, the one person I knew wouldn't think I was crazy. "Eliana, I need to talk to you," I said, my voice trembling as soon as she answered. "It's about Caden." We met for coffee, and the words just spilled out. The late nights, Savannah's condescending support, the overheard conversation, and finally, the empty jewelry box and the suspicious credit card charges. Eliana listened patiently, her expression growing more concerned with every detail. When I finished, she reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "Cora, I am so sorry you're going through this. And no, you are not paranoid. Your gut is screaming at you for a reason." "But what if I'm wrong?" I whispered. "What if there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of it? And what if there isn't?" Eliana countered gently. "You deserve to know the truth. You need to dig deeper. Have you checked any shared devices? Cloud accounts? Sometimes people get careless." Her words sparked an idea. Caden was always meticulous about his phone, but what about other things? We had a shared family cloud account for photos, mostly of holidays and family gatherings. I hadn't logged into it for ages. That night, after Caden was asleep, snoring softly beside me, I crept out of bed and went to the study. I logged into the cloud account on our old desktop computer. Nothing unusual in the shared folders. Then, on a whim, I checked the linked devices. There was Caden's phone, his work laptop, my phone, and an iPad I didn't recognize. He didn't own an iPad, or so I thought. My heart began to race. Eliana had also mentioned social media. Caden had a Facebook profile, very professional, very curated. But Instagram? He always said it was for kids and influencers. I typed his name into the Instagram search bar. Nothing but his official, rarely used work-related account. Then I tried variations, nicknames, old email addresses. Nothing. I was about to give up when I remembered something Savannah had said months ago, a throwaway comment during one of her visits. She'd been scrolling through her phone, laughing at something. "Oh, just Caden being ridiculous on his secret Insta," she'd said, then quickly changed the subject when I asked what she meant. At the time, I'd dismissed it. Now, it felt like a vital clue. What kind of pseudonym would he use? I thought about his hobbies, his old college nickname. Then it hit me. His prized possession was his vintage sports car, a silver Aston Martin. He jokingly called it his Silver Bullet. I typed Silver Bullet 77 into Instagram. Bingo, a private account. The profile picture was a close-up of a man's hand, wearing a very familiar watch, Caden's, resting on the steering wheel of his car. My breath hitched. I clicked follow request, knowing it was a long shot. Then I remembered Savannah's comment. I went to her public Instagram profile, scrolled through her following list. And there it was, Silver Bullet 77. She was already following him. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely control the mouse. If Savannah was following him, maybe she'd tagged him in something, or he'd tagged her. I clicked on Savannah's photos, scrolling back, looking for any connection. And then I saw it. A group photo from a charity gala a few months prior. Caden was in it, looking dapper, and tagged, almost invisibly small on his shoulder, was Silver Bullet 77. I clicked the tag. Because Savannah was following him, and he was following her back, I could now see his posts. My world tilted. It was filled with photos. Caden laughing, Caden raising a champagne flute, Caden on a beach I didn't recognize. And in almost every picture, he was with another woman, a pretty brunette, younger than me, looking up at him with adoring eyes. They were kissing in one, her arms wrapped around his neck. Another showed them clinking glasses on a restaurant patio, the distinctive logo of one of those expensive restaurants from the credit card statement visible on the menu. And then, the comments. Under a picture of them at a concert, Savannah had written, "You two look so happy." Under another, of them hiking, she'd commented, "Living your best life, bro. So deserved." The woman. I squinted at the screen. She looked vaguely familiar. I racked my brain. Where had I seen her before? Then it clicked. Holly Lowe. She was a junior marketing associate at one of Caden's biggest client companies. Savannah had mentioned her once, months ago, in passing. "That Holly girl is certainly ambitious," she'd sniffed dismissively. "A bit of a climber if you ask me." The hypocrisy was staggering. The betrayal, a physical blow. My husband was having an affair, and his sister, my supposed confidant, was not only aware of it, but was actively cheering them on. As I sat there, numb, staring at the screen, my phone buzzed with a notification. It was a group text from Savannah to the whole family. "Get ready, everyone," it read, accompanied by a string of festive emojis. "I'm planning a huge family unity barbecue in a few weeks. Time to celebrate family and bring everyone closer. It's going to be epic. Can't wait to see you all there." Family unity. The ultimate sickening mockery. My vision blurred with rage. This barbecue wouldn't be a celebration of unity. It would be their downfall. Savannah's cheerful barbecue announcement, pinging on my phone while the evidence of her duplicity glowed on the screen before me, was like a lit match to a fuse. The shock and grief that had momentarily paralyzed me coalesced into a cold, hard knot of fury. Family unity? Bring everyone closer? Oh, I'd bring them closer to the truth, all right. My first move was to meticulously document everything from Caden's secret Instagram. I took screenshots of every photo of him and Holly, every loving caption, every single one of Savannah's sickeningly supportive comments. I saved them all to a secure folder on a new USB drive, triple-checking that everything was clear and undeniable. The sheer volume of their shared moments, so casually displayed, was a constant gut punch. How could they be so brazen, so cruel? Eliana, bless her practical heart, had once mentioned data recovery software when her own laptop had crashed. Sometimes deleted stuff isn't really gone, she'd said. Caden had an old laptop gathering dust in the spare room closet. He'd complained it was too slow and replaced it months ago, but he'd never bothered to wipe it. With a surge of adrenaline, I retrieved it. It took a while to boot up, but it eventually sputtered to life. I downloaded the recovery software Eliana had recommended, my fingers flying across the keyboard. The scan took hours, an agonizing wait. I paced the study, fueled by coffee and a burning sense of purpose. Finally, the program dinged. Recovered files, thousands of them. Most were junk, fragmented documents, old system files. But then I found them, deleted message folders. My breath caught. The texts between Caden and Holly were exactly what you'd expect. Explicit, filled with pet names I'd never heard him use. Plans for secret meetings. Cora's going to her mother's this weekend. My place? One read. Can't wait to see you, Holly had replied, with a string of heart emojis. Each message was a fresh stab of pain, but I pushed through, saving everything. Then I found the messages between Caden and Savannah. This was the real goldmine of deceit. My hands clenched as I read. Cora's getting suspicious again, Caden had texted Savannah weeks ago. Savannah's reply, Relax. She's always suspicious. Just tell her it's that big Henderson deal acting up. She'll buy it. She always does. You know how to handle her. Another exchange. Caden. She asked about the late nights. I said it was the Miller account. Savannah. Good. Stick to the story. And maybe buy her some cheap flowers. That usually distracts her for a bit. LOL. Lol. She actually typed LOL while coaching her brother on how to lie to me, his wife. There were messages where Savannah actively helped facilitate their meetups. Mom and Dad want us over for dinner on Friday, Savannah had written. Tell Cora you have to work late, then you and Holly can have the evening free. I'll cover for you. Say you got called into a last-minute crisis. And then, the messages where Savannah openly mocked me to Caden. Cora was moping around again today, asking if you still loved her. So dramatic. Honestly, I don't know how you put up with it. Caden's reply, It's getting harder, but almost there. Just need to sort a few more things out. Sort a few more things out? What did that mean? My eyes scanned further, and then I saw it. A message from Caden to Savannah, sent just a couple of weeks before I found the empty jewelry box. This whole thing with Cora is draining, but once the new accounts are properly structured and everything's settled, I'm done. I can't keep living this lie. And don't worry, sis, there'll be a significant thank you in it for you for all your unwavering support. You deserve it. A significant thank you. Financial. My mind reeled. Savannah wasn't just a malicious enabler reveling in my distress. She was potentially set to profit from my misery, from the eventual destruction of my marriage. This wasn't just about her sick pleasure in seeing me suffer. It was about greed. They were planning to leave me, but only after Caden had secured his assets, likely hiding them from me, with Savannah as his accomplice and beneficiary. The pieces clicked into place. The vague business expenses, the gifts, the sudden need to restructure accounts. It all painted a picture of a calculated, long-term deception designed to strip me of not just my husband, but my financial security too. The cold anger I'd felt before now had a razor-sharp edge. They weren't just going to be embarrassed at this family unity barbecue. They were going to lose everything. The revelation of Savannah's potential financial motive lit a fire under me. This wasn't just about a sordid affair anymore. It was about a conspiracy to defraud me. The significant thank you Caden promised her wasn't just a pat on the back. It was blood money, my money, or at least my share of it. The next morning, I called Eliana. I need a lawyer, I said, my voice devoid of any tremor. A shark. And a forensic accountant. Caden and Savannah are trying to screw me over financially. Eliana, ever resourceful, had names for me by lunchtime. Willie Jordan for the divorce, she said. He's a bulldog, doesn't take any crap. And Lindsay Powell for the finances. She can find a needle in a haystack, even if the haystack is offshore. My first meeting was with Willie. He was a no-nonsense man in his mid-40s with sharp eyes and a sharper suit. I laid out the story, showing him the printouts of the Instagram posts, the damning text messages between Caden and Savannah, and my suspicions about the finances. He listened intently, occasionally nodding. "Classic," he said when I finished. "The sister as the accomplice is a nice touch of scumbaggery. So, what do you want, Cora?" "I want to expose them," I said. "Publicly. At this ridiculous barbecue Savannah is planning. But more than that, I want to make sure Caden doesn't get away with hiding a single cent that's rightfully mine. He's built this empire during our marriage. He always boasted about how complex it was, how I'd never understand it." A bitter smile touched my lips. "He underestimated me." "Good," Willie said, a glint in his eye. "We can work with that. The public exposure is your domain, but the financial side, that's where Lindsay comes in." Lindsay Powell was meticulous, a quiet woman with an astonishing ability to decipher complex financial jargon and untangle deliberately knotted threads. I handed over every piece of financial information I could find. Old tax returns, bank statements Caden had carelessly left lying around, the credit card statements with those suspicious business expenses. "He thinks I'm ignorant about this stuff," I told her. "He always made it sound like rocket science." Lindsay gave a small, knowing smile. "They often do. It's a form of control. Let's see what Mr. Bradley has been up to, shall we?" Over the next couple of weeks, while Savannah was busy sending out cheerful email updates about her family unity barbecue, complete with exclamation points and smiley faces, Lindsay and I were deep in a different kind of planning. Lindsay started digging, and it didn't take long for the irregularities to surface. "Interesting," Lindsay murmured one afternoon, pointing to a series of transactions on her laptop screen. "Significant sums have been funneled from Caden's main business account to a shell corporation, and from there, smaller, regular payments to another account under the guise of consulting fees. Guess whose name is on that second account?" "Savannah," I said, my voice flat. "Bingo," Lindsay confirmed. "It's not just a significant thank you in the future. She's been on the payroll for a while, it seems." The scale of his deception was breathtaking. Hidden accounts, assets systematically moved, all designed to minimize what I would get in a divorce he was clearly planning. He'd been building this financial fortress while simultaneously gaslighting me, making me doubt my sanity, all with his sister's gleeful assistance. The anger was a constant cold burn now, but I learned to compartmentalize. Around Caden and Savannah, I practiced a careful neutrality. I was quiet, perhaps a little withdrawn, which they probably attributed to my moodiness or paranoia. "You feeling okay, Cora?" Caden asked one evening, a flicker of something, concern, or was it wariness, in his eyes. "Just tired," I replied, offering a weak smile. "Looking forward to the barbecue. Some family time will be nice." He seemed to relax. "Yeah, it'll be good." Savannah, too, seemed oblivious. She'd call with updates about the catering, the decorations, the guest list. "It's going to be perfect, Cora, a real show of family strength," she gushed. "I'm sure it will be," I said, my voice carefully bland. The grim satisfaction of knowing what was coming was a powerful motivator. I was no longer the doubting, paranoid wife. I was an architect of a different kind, meticulously laying the groundwork for their spectacular implosion. Then, Lindsay called with her biggest discovery yet. "Cora, you need to see this," she said, her voice unusually urgent. I went to her office immediately. She pulled up a document on her screen. Caden set up an offshore account 3 months ago, Isle of Man, substantial initial deposit. And look who's listed as the secondary beneficiary with rights of survivorship. My eyes found the name, Savannah. The amount was staggering, enough to ensure a very comfortable life for both of them, far away from any claims I might make. This was the settling Caden had referred to in his text to Savannah. This was their endgame. He really thought he could get away with it, I whispered, a chilling calm settling over me. Lindsay nodded. He almost did. Almost. The word hung in the air. He hadn't counted on me. He hadn't counted on the wife he dismissed as too sensitive, too ignorant, too trusting. He hadn't counted on her sharpening an axe. The week of the family unity barbecue arrived with a suffocating sense of inevitability. Savannah was in her absolute element, a whirlwind of self-importance, barking orders about table arrangements and playlist choices. Her smugness was a palpable force, radiating off her in waves. Every time she looked at me, it was with that familiar blend of pity and superiority. "Cora, sweetie, are you going to help with the potato salad? Or just stand there looking glum?" She called out from the kitchen 2 days before the event, where she was supervising her mother, Michaela, and a reluctant aunt. "Just contemplating the joyous family spirit," I replied, my voice smooth as glass. I even managed a small, serene smile. It seemed to unnerve her, just for a second. Her perfectly plucked eyebrows drew together. "Well, try to put on a happy face for the actual party, okay? We want everyone to feel welcome and positive, especially Caden. He's been so stressed." "Of course, Savannah," I said. "Wouldn't dream of spoiling your perfect day." My calmness, this new, almost detached serenity I wore like a shield, was my best defense. Inside, I was a coiled spring of controlled fury and anticipation, but on the surface, I was the picture of compliance. Caden, too, seemed to take my quietness as resignation, perhaps even a sign that I was finally settling down, as he'd hoped. He was more relaxed around me than he'd been in months, occasionally even attempting small talk. "Looking forward to the barbecue?" he asked one evening, as if it were just any other family gathering. "Immensely," I said, meeting his gaze. "I think it's going to be memorable." My plan was finalized. The USB drive was ready. It contained a curated selection of horrors, the most damning texts between Caden and Holly, the irrefutable messages between Caden and Savannah plotting their deceit and mocking me, a selection of the most romantic photos of Caden and Holly from his secret Instagram, and even a simplified graphic Lindsay had helped me create, showing the flow of money from Caden's business to Savannah's consulting account, and the existence of the offshore fund. It was a digital dagger, poised and ready. Savannah, in her infinite wisdom, had decided a nostalgic family slideshow would be a heartwarming centerpiece for the barbecue. She'd spent weeks collecting old photos, scanning them, and putting them into a presentation. She'd even asked me if I had any early pictures of Caden and me. "Oh, I'm sure you have much better ones, Savannah," I'd said with a smile. "You're so good at these things," she'd preened. "Well, it is going to be rather special." The plan was simple, a quick swap. Her USB for mine. Eliana was my ace in the hole. She'd, coincidentally, be near the laptop and projector when it was time for the slideshow, ready to create a minor technical diversion if I needed an excuse to fiddle with the setup. "Are you sure about this, Cora?" Eliana had asked, her voice laced with concern when I walked her through the final details. "This is major." "They made it major, Eliana," I replied, my resolve firm. "They gaslit me, betrayed me, and planned to steal from me. They built this stage. I'm just rewriting the script." The day before the barbecue, Savannah cornered me in the hallway. She was holding a platter of perfectly arranged crudités, her expression one of saccharine solicitude. "Cora," she began, her voice syrupy sweet. "I just wanted to say, I know things have been a bit strained with you and Caden lately." She paused, giving me a look that was supposed to be understanding, but was just condescending. "And I just hope you know that Caden really deserves someone who understands the pressures he's under. Someone more supportive." Her eyes flicked over me, dismissively. "I'm so glad he has family, who truly gets him." That was it. That final, patronizing barb. Any infinitesimal flicker of doubt I might have harbored about the severity of my plan, any lingering wisp of misplaced sentimentality, was instantly extinguished. She wasn't just enabling him. She was actively trying to push me out, to paint me as the inadequate wife who didn't get her precious brother. I met her gaze, my own expression unreadable. "Thank you for your concern, Savannah," I said, my voice dangerously calm. "I appreciate you sharing your perspective." Her smile widened, clearly misinterpreting my composure as acquiescence. "Good. I'm glad we understand each other." Oh, we understood each other perfectly. She just didn't realize what it was I understood. She had no idea that her family unity barbecue was about to become the inferno that would consume her carefully constructed world. And I was the one holding the match. The barbecue was in full, glorious swing. The backyard of Caden and Savannah's parents, Thomas and Michaela, buzzed with chatter and the smell of grilled meat. Extended family milled about, aunts, uncles, cousins I barely knew, all lured by Savannah's promise of epic family unity. Thomas, a man who valued family image above all else, beamed proprietorially. Michaela fluttered nervously, trying to ensure everyone had a drink. Savannah, naturally, was the queen bee. She flitted from group to group, her laughter loud and confident, her hand often resting possessively on Caden's arm. He played the part of the charming host, though I caught him glancing at me a few times, a slight unease in his eyes whenever he found me watching him with my serene, unreadable smile. Finally, after the burgers and ribs had been devoured, Savannah clinked a spoon against her wineglass. "Everyone, can I have your attention, please?" she trilled, her voice radiating smug satisfaction. The crowd quieted. "As you all know, family is the most important thing. It's about loyalty, support, and sticking together through thick and thin." She paused, glancing meaningfully at Caden, then shot a quick, pitying look in my direction. "So, to celebrate our wonderful united family, I've put together a little trip down memory lane." This was it. My heart hammered, a frantic bird against my ribs, but my hands were steady. "Cora, sweetie, could you give me a hand with the laptop?" Savannah called, gesturing towards the table where the projector was set up. "My nails are still wet." Perfect. I walked over, Eliana subtly positioning herself nearby, feigning interest in a bowl of dip. "Of course, Savannah," I said, my voice calm. As Savannah fussed with the projector screen, I leaned over the laptop. Her USB drive, a garish pink thing, was already plugged in. With a swift, practiced movement, hidden by the angle of the laptop screen, I swapped it with my own plain silver one. It took less than 2 seconds. "There we go!" Savannah announced triumphantly, dimming the patio lights. "Get ready for some nostalgia!" The screen flickered to life. The first image was not, as expected, a grainy photo of a baby Savannah or a young Caden. Instead, bold white text appeared on a black background. "Cora's just so needy. You're a breath of fresh air." Caden to Holly. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Forks clattered onto plates. Before anyone could process it, the screen changed. "Just tell her it's a work crisis. She'll buy it. She always does. You know how to handle her." Savannah to Caden. I saw Savannah's face. Her smile froze, then melted into an expression of pure, unadulterated horror. Caden went pale, his eyes wide with disbelief. Then came the photos. Caden and Holly, laughing intimately at a candlelit dinner. Caden and Holly, kissing passionately on a sun-drenched beach. Caden and Holly, her hand resting possessively on his chest, both of them beaming. The sentimental music Savannah had chosen for her slideshow abruptly cut out, replaced by a stunned, suffocating silence. Then, screenshots of Savannah's Instagram comments, projected large for everyone to see. "You two look so happy," under a picture of Caden and Holly. "Living your best life, bro. So deserved." Michaela let out a choked sob, her hand flying to her mouth. Thomas's face was turning a dangerous shade of purple. Before the murmurs could erupt into full-blown chaos, I stepped forward, my voice clear and steady, amplified slightly by the microphone Savannah had intended for her gushing speech. "For months," I began, my gaze sweeping over the stunned faces, landing finally on Caden and Savannah. "You've called me paranoid. You, Savannah, orchestrated this charade of family unity, while actively, enthusiastically helping my husband betray me. You both made me question my sanity." I paused, letting the words sink in. "Well, the truth, as they say, is out." Just as the shouting was about to begin, a figure stepped forward from the edge of the crowd. It was Holly. Tears streamed down her face, but her voice was surprisingly strong. "He told me you two were already separated," she cried, looking directly at Caden. "He said you were just waiting for the divorce to be finalized. And Savannah," she turned her tear-filled eyes to a now ashen-faced Savannah, "Savannah told me Cora was vindictive and trying to ruin him financially. She said you were trying to protect him." Another layer of their deceit, peeled back for all to see. The crowd gasped again. Savannah looked like she might faint. I let Holly's words hang in the air for a moment, then turned my attention back to my husband and his sister. "This isn't just about your disgusting affair," I said, my voice ringing with a cold finality. "It's about every lie, every manipulation, every time you made me feel like I was crazy for suspecting the truth." I took a deep breath. "My lawyer, Willie Jordan, filed for divorce this morning, and Ms. Powell, my forensic accountant, has already flagged all the assets you tried to hide, Caden." I saw his eyes widen in panic. "Including that very special offshore account with Savannah listed as a beneficiary." I looked from Caden's horrified face to Savannah's crumbling facade. "Enjoy the ashes of your empire," I said, my voice dropping to a near whisper, yet carrying across the suddenly silent yard. Then, I turned and walked away, the first shouts of outrage and disbelief erupting behind me like fireworks. The moment I turned my back, the backyard erupted. I didn't need to see it to know. Thomas's bellow of rage was unmistakable. A wounded bull. Michaela's heartbroken wails followed, punctuated by a cacophony of shocked exclamations and angry accusations from the other family members. I kept walking, Eliana falling into step beside me as we reached the street, her hand a comforting presence on my arm. "You okay?" she asked, her voice soft. "Better than okay," I said, and was surprised to find it was true. A strange lightness filled me. The weight of months of suspicion and self-doubt finally lifted. Let them sort through their own mess. The fallout, as Eliana relayed to me in snippets over the following days, was biblical. Thomas apparently read Caden and Savannah the riot act in front of everyone, his face crimson, veins bulging. Michaela was inconsolable, torn between her children's disgrace and her own humiliation. Many relatives, disgusted by the public display of deceit, offered me quiet words of support as they hastily departed the Unity barbecue, leaving Caden and Savannah to face the full force of their parents' fury alone. They became instant pariahs in their own family circle. The legal battle, which I had braced myself for, turned out to be surprisingly swift, though undeniably grueling. Willie Jordan, my bulldog lawyer, lived up to his reputation. Armed with Lindsay Powell's meticulous forensic accounting and the mountain of evidence I'd gathered, including Holly's willing testimony, as she was furious at being so thoroughly duped, Caden's attempts to hide assets crumbled. He tried to claim the offshore account was a misunderstanding, a long-term family investment fund, Willie told me after one particularly contentious mediation session, a smirk playing on his lips. Lindsay ripped that argument to shreds in about 5 minutes, showed the direct transfers, Savannah's beneficiary status, the whole 9 yards. Their lawyer looked like he wanted the ground to swallow him. Caden fought, of course. He tried to paint me as vindictive, unstable, the very narrative he and Savannah had so carefully crafted. But the evidence was irrefutable. The texts, the photos, the financial trails, they told a clear story of calculated betrayal and attempted fraud. He lost. Big time. He didn't lose everything, but a significant portion of his empire, built during our marriage, was rightfully awarded to me. His reputation, both personally and professionally, was in tatters. Deals fell through. Business partners distanced themselves. Savannah faced her own reckoning. The social ostracization was immediate and brutal. Her carefully curated image of the perfect daughter, sister, and family linchpin was shattered. Whispers followed her everywhere. There were even rumblings of potential legal trouble for her role in attempting to conceal marital assets, though Willie advised that proving criminal intent would be difficult. Still, the threat hung over her. Her consulting fees dried up instantly. I sold the marital home, the one filled with too many ghosts of lies and whispers. The proceeds, combined with my settlement, gave me a solid foundation. I didn't want anything that felt tainted by him, by them. I found a small apartment in a different part of the city, bright and airy, a blank canvas. Eliana helped me paint the walls a cheerful yellow. To new beginnings, she said, raising a metaphorical paintbrush. To truth, I replied, clinking mine against hers. There was a hollowness, yes, where my marriage used to be, a space carved out by betrayal. But it wasn't an aching void. It was quiet. And into that quiet, relief flooded in, followed by a rediscovery of my own strength, my own voice. I hadn't realized how much of myself I'd suppressed, trying to be the understanding, supportive wife they wanted me to be. The wife who wouldn't question, wouldn't see. I didn't seek reconciliation. I didn't offer forgiveness. Some betrayals cut too deep, severing ties irrevocably. Their actions weren't a mistake. They were a campaign. One evening, not long after the divorce was finalized, Eliana called. "Guess who I saw today?" she said, a note of amusement in her voice. "Who?" "Caden, at that little coffee shop near my office. He looked rough, like he hadn't slept in weeks. Ordered a regular coffee, black, complained about the price. I felt a flicker of something, not pity, but a distant clinical observation of cause and effect. "And Savannah?" I asked. "Heard through the grapevine her parents are barely speaking to her. She's apparently trying to rebrand herself as a victim of Caden's manipulations. Not many people are buying it." Eliana paused. "So, karma's a bitch, huh?" A small quiet smile touched my lips. Sometimes she just delivers the mail. I looked around my new living room, at the boxes still waiting to be unpacked, at the sunlight streaming through the clean windows. The pain of what they did would likely always be a part of my story, a scar that wouldn't completely fade. But it no longer defined me. Destroying their world, their lies, their carefully constructed facade. It hadn't been about the sheer pleasure of revenge, not entirely. It had been about reclaiming my truth, my sanity, my life. It was about choosing myself when they had so clearly, so cruelly, chosen to discard me. And in that choice, I found a strength I never knew I possessed. The real unity, I realized, began with being true to oneself.
I stared at my phone screen, the banking app's interface blurring as tears welled up in my eyes. My fingers trembled as I gripped my wine glass, the rich Cabernet suddenly tasting like vinegar. $92,000. Gone. Just like that. My name is Patricia, and I just discovered my mother emptied my life savings to buy my brother a house. Oh, honey, don't make that face, Mom chirped from across our family's mahogany dining table, the one she'd bragged about buying from a designer boutique last month. Caden needed the money more than you do. You're single, no kids. What were you saving for anyway? I looked up from my phone, meeting my brother's smug grin. He was already scrolling through real estate listings on his tablet, showing Dad pictures of his future mansion in Woodland Hills. The same brother who'd never held a steady job for more than 8 months. The same brother who still had Mom do his laundry at 36. That money was mine, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I trusted you with that account for tax purposes. 10 years of savings. Don't be dramatic, Mom waved her hand dismissively. We raised you better than to be selfish. Family helps family. Besides, Caden has responsibilities coming up. He's planning to propose to Sarah next month. I blinked. Sarah broke up with him 3 weeks ago. Minor setback, Caden shrugged, not even looking up from his tablet. Hey, check out this pool. Dad cleared his throat, finally speaking up. Nancy, maybe we should have discussed this with Patricia first. Ernest, please, Mom cut him off. Patricia makes good money at her accounting firm. She can start saving again. Caden needs to establish himself. I stood up, my chair scraping against the hardwood floor. The sound made everyone look up, except Mom, who was now pouring herself another glass of wine. Where are you going? She asked, annoyance creeping into her voice. We haven't had dessert. I made your favorite chocolate mousse. It's Caden's favorite, I corrected her, grabbing my purse. Mine is tiramisu, but you'd know that if you ever actually listened to me. Now you're just being petty, Caden chimed in. Come on, sis. It's not like you were using that money anyway. You work 60 hours a week. When would you even have time to buy a house? I walked to the door, my heels clicking against the floor like a countdown to explosion. But I wouldn't give them the satisfaction of seeing me break. Instead, I turned around one last time, my voice steady. Mom, I'm calling the bank tomorrow. I never authorized this transfer. Mom's wine glass froze halfway to her lips. You wouldn't dare. We're family. Family doesn't steal from family, I replied, then added with a smile that felt like broken glass. But you're right about one thing. I can afford to start over. I have no kids to support after all. The door clicked shut behind me, cutting off Mom's indignant sputter. In my car, I pulled out my phone and dialed the bank's 24-hour fraud hotline. As I waited on hold, I opened my photos and found the screenshot I'd taken of Mom's text from last year. Of course I removed my name from your savings account, sweetie. I took care of it right after tax season. Another lie, another manipulation, another example of how Mom always expected me to give, while Caden took. The hold music stopped and a friendly voice came on the line. Thank you for calling. How can I help you tonight? I took a deep breath, my hands steady now as I gripped the steering wheel. I need to report an unauthorized withdrawal from my account, and I have evidence of premeditated fraud. As I drove home that night, my mother's words echoed in my head. Family helps family. Well, she was about to learn exactly how helpful I could be. I was going to help them understand consequences. I was going to help them learn about karma, and most importantly, I was going to help myself to some long overdue justice. My phone buzzed with a text from Caden. Thanks for the down payment, sis. God really does provide. I screenshot the message, saving it to a new folder labeled Karma Package. Then I poured myself a proper glass of wine in my quiet apartment and started making calls. First to my best friend Jillian, who happened to be a lawyer, then to my bank manager. They wanted to play games with my money? Fine. But they were about to learn that this overlooked, childless daughter knew exactly how to play and win. "Let me get this straight," Jillian said, spreading documents across her desk. "Your mother never actually removed herself from your joint account, then used that access to transfer your entire savings to your brother for a house down payment?" She pushed her glasses up her nose, frowning at the bank statements. "That's exactly what happened." I handed her my phone, showing the text messages. "She told me last year she'd removed her name. I trusted her. Classic mistake." Jillian's heels clicked against the floor as she walked to her filing cabinet. "But it works in our favor. The bank's fraud department is already investigating." I nodded, taking a sip of the coffee she'd offered. "They froze the remaining funds this morning. Mom's already called me 6 times. "Don't answer," Jillian warned, pulling out more forms. "In fact, let's document every call, text, and email from now on. Your brother posted about the house on social media?" I pulled up Caden's Instagram post, a photo of him grinning in front of a sold sign, caption reading, "When God closes a door, he buys you a 3-bedroom in Woodland Hills. Blessed, choose God is good. New homeowner." "Perfect," Jillian muttered, taking screenshots. "The timestamp on this matches the unauthorized transfer. Patricia, we have a solid case here, but I need to ask, what do you want out of this? My money back?" "No," she leaned forward, her expression serious. "What do you really want? Because we can go about this 2 ways. We can file a simple fraud claim, probably get your money back after some negotiation, keep things relatively peaceful. Or," she paused, tapping her pen against the desk, "we can go nuclear, full investigation, possible criminal charges, every financial irregularity exposed." My phone buzzed again. Another text from Mom. "Stop being childish. Family comes first. Call me back." I showed Jillian the message. "They think I'm bluffing. They think I'll back down because family comes first. You know what? I want nuclear." "You understand this could permanently damage your relationship with them?" I laughed, but there was no humor in it. "What relationship? The one where I'm their backup ATM? Where my brother gets houses and I get guilt trips?" "Fair point." Jillian started filling out forms. "We'll need statements from the bank, proof of the unauthorized transfer, those text messages." My phone rang again. This time it was Caden. "Put it on speaker," Jillian whispered, already taking notes. I answered. "Hello?" "Sis, what the hell?" Caden's voice was tight with anger. "The bank just called me about some fraud investigation. Mom's crying. What are you doing?" "Exactly what I said I would do last night, reporting unauthorized access to my account." "It wasn't unauthorized. Mom's name was on the account." "An account she claimed to have removed herself from, in writing." I met Jillian's approving nod. "Besides, having access doesn't give her the right to empty it without my permission." "We're family. We don't need permission." "Actually," Jillian spoke up, "you absolutely do need permission, and I'm documenting this call as evidence." "Who's that?" Caden demanded. "My lawyer," I replied calmly. "Would you like her contact information for your attorney?" Silence. Then, "You're really doing this? You're really going to hurt Mom and Dad like this?" "No, Caden. I'm not hurting anyone. I'm protecting myself. There's a difference." "You selfish I hung up before he could finish. My hands were shaking, but not from fear, from excitement. "Well," Jillian said, finishing her notes, "that was illuminating and recorded. Now let's talk about the realtor involved in this transaction. We'll need to question him about the loan application process." "His name is Zachariah," I said, pulling up his business card on my phone. "He's actually an old friend of Caden's." "Even better." Jillian's smile was predatory. "Let's see how loyal he stays when faced with potential conspiracy charges. My phone buzzed with a text from my coworker Annabelle. "You okay? You look intense today?" I typed back, "Starting a war. Tell you over lunch?" "You know," Jillian said, watching me text, "most people would be falling apart right now. You seem energized." I looked up at her. 10 years of savings, 10 years of being the responsible one, the reliable one, the one they could always count on to give in. Maybe I'm tired of being counted on. Maybe I want to be counted out. Well, she gathered the papers into a neat pile. Let's make sure they never make the mistake of underestimating you again. First step, we file these papers today. Second step, we subpoena your brother's loan application. Something tells me we'll find more than just your stolen savings in there. I smiled, feeling lighter than I had in years. "Nuclear it is." "Welcome to Casa de Caden," my brother announced, throwing open his front door with theatrical flair. The housewarming party was in full swing, and I'd arrived fashionably late with an expensive bottle of wine and a camera-ready smile. "It's something," I said, taking in the half-finished renovations. Construction materials littered the corners, and there was a distinct smell of fresh paint mixed with desperation. "The contractors are coming back next week," he explained quickly, grabbing the wine. "Just a small delay with payments. You know how it is." Oh, I knew exactly how it was. The bank's fraud investigation was moving slowly but surely, and Caden's mortgage payments were already showing signs of strain. "Patricia," Mom appeared, pulling me into a hug that smelled of Chardonnay. "I'm so glad you came. I was worried after our misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding," I repeated, maintaining my smile. "Is that what we're calling it?" Before she could respond, Zachariah approached, real estate agent smile firmly in place. "Patricia, great to finally meet Caden's sister. Your brother's quite the negotiator. Got this place for a steal." "I bet he did," I replied, pulling out my phone and casually hitting record in my pocket. "Must have been quite the loan application process." Zachariah's smile flickered. "Oh, you know, standard stuff. Though between friends," he lowered his voice, glancing at Caden across the room, "some of the income documentation was a bit creative." "Creative how?" "Well," he laughed nervously, "let's just say your brother's salary might have gotten a slight boost on paper. But hey, everyone does it, right?" I kept my voice neutral. "And the down payment verification? That was the easy part. Your mom handled all that. Though," he frowned, "the bank's been asking some weird questions lately. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" "Not a thing," I lied smoothly. "More wine?" I circulated through the party, recording snippets of conversation. Mom bragging about Caden's success. Dad looking increasingly uncomfortable when people asked about the financing. Caden avoiding his contractor's calls. "Hey, sis," Caden cornered me in the kitchen. "The bank keeps calling about that fraud thing. Can't you just drop it? Look at this place. It's amazing. Don't you want your big brother to be happy?" "Happy?" I set down my wine glass carefully. "Like how happy I was when I discovered my savings were gone." "You're still on that? Come on, you know Mom did it because she loves me." "Because she loves you more," I corrected him. "There's a difference." His face darkened. "You know what your problem is? You're jealous. You've always been jealous of me. Well, guess what? The money's spent. The house is mine. What are you going to do about it?" I pulled out my phone, stopping the recording. "Nothing. I'm going to do absolutely nothing." Karma, on the other hand. As if on cue, my phone buzzed with an email from the bank. "Urgent. Account freeze notice." I showed it to Caden. "Looks like Karma's right on schedule." The color drained from his face. "What did you do?" "Me? Nothing. But it seems the bank has some concerns about creative income documentation and unauthorized fund transfers. Weird, right?" A crash from the living room interrupted us. Mom had dropped her wine glass, staring at her phone in horror. The first foreclosure warning had arrived. "Patricia!" she hissed, storming into the kitchen. "Fix this! Now!" "Fix what?" I asked innocently. "The fraud you committed? The loan application Caden falsified? The contractor he can't pay? Which part needs fixing, Mom? We're your family. Really? Because families don't steal from each other. Families don't forge documents. Families don't. I'm your mother. And I'm your daughter, the one you stole from, the one you thought would never fight back. How's that working out for you? The contractor chose that moment to appear. Mr. Caden, about that overdue payment? I slipped out during the ensuing chaos, but not before hearing Zachariah frantically explaining to someone on his phone that he had no idea about the fraudulent documentation. Outside, I took a deep breath of evening air. My phone buzzed with a text from Jillian. Bank freeze confirmed. Mortgage fraud investigation starting. You okay? I looked back at the house, my brother's dream home, bought with my stolen savings. Through the window, I could see Mom gesturing wildly, Dad looking defeated, and Caden's face growing redder by the second. Never better, I texted back. Karma's just getting started. The contractor stormed out, followed by several guests. I got in my car just as Caden's voice boomed through the neighborhood. What do you mean, my accounts are frozen? I started the engine, smiling. The house he didn't build was already starting to crumble. I just don't understand why you're being so difficult about this, Mom said, stirring her coffee with sharp, angry movements. We were sitting in my favorite cafe, Neutral Territory, 3 weeks after the housewarming disaster. Caden's missed 2 days of work this week because of stress. Is that what you wanted? I took a slow sip of my latte. What I wanted was my savings to still be in my account. That money was just sitting there. Caden needed... Mom, I cut her off. I'm not having this conversation again. The bank's investigation is proceeding exactly as it should. You're being ungrateful, she snapped. After everything we've done for you. Done for me? I set my cup down with a sharp clink. Like what? Taking my money without permission? Gaslighting me when I object? Supporting Caden's mortgage fraud? It wasn't fraud. He just adjusted some numbers. I have the documents proving otherwise. Would you like to see them? Her face paled. What documents? The ones Zachariah provided to the investigation yesterday. Turns out your golden boy wasn't just creative with his salary statements. He took out another line of credit using inflated numbers. Mom's hand trembled as she reached for her phone. I need to call your brother. Don't bother. He's probably meeting with the bank's fraud department right now. The cafe door chimed, and Dad walked in. He looked older somehow, tired in a way I'd never seen before. He pulled up a chair without asking. The bank called again, he said quietly. They're freezing all associated accounts pending investigation. Mom's coffee cup clattered against its saucer. All accounts? But what about our savings? Should have thought about that before co-signing on Caden's creative documentation, I said, keeping my voice level. Patricia, Dad looked at me directly for the first time in weeks. Is there any way to fix this? Fix what, Dad? The theft? The fraud? Or just the consequences? We're your parents, Mom hissed. Family matters more than money. Funny how that rule only applies when it's my money being taken. My phone buzzed. An email notification from the bank. Notice of funds retraction in process. I showed it to them. Mom's face went from pale to red. You can't do this. We'll be ruined. No, I corrected her. You'll face consequences. There's a difference. Nancy, Dad said softly. We did steal from her. Mom whirled on him. Ernest, don't you dare. We did, he continued, his voice growing stronger. We took her money without asking. We helped Caden lie on his applications. We're not the victims here. I stared at my father, seeing a glimpse of the man who used to stand up to Mom before decades of enabling wore him down. My phone buzzed again, a text from Caden. You've ruined me. I hope you're happy. They're taking my car tomorrow. Your brother's car is being repossessed, I informed them calmly. Apparently, the loan application for that had some creative numbers, too. Mom stood up so quickly her chair scraped against the floor. Several cafe patrons turned to look. "You're heartless," she spat. "Your own brother stole from me," I finished, "with your help, and now you're both facing the consequences of your actions. Funny how that works." "We should go," Dad said, gently taking Mom's arm. "Patricia, I'm sorry. We should have never—" "Save it," I cut him off. "Your apology means nothing while you're still enabling them." They left, Mom practically dragging Dad behind her. Through the cafe window, I watched them argue in the parking lot. My phone buzzed with another text, this time from Annabelle. "Bank just called Caden's office. He stormed out cursing your name. You okay?" I typed back, "Never better. Karma's working overtime today." Another message popped up from Jillian. "Housing inspector got our anonymous tip about the unpermitted renovations. Inspection scheduled for tomorrow. You sure about this?" I watched my parents' car pull away, Mom gesturing wildly as Dad gripped the steering wheel. I thought about 10 years of savings, of always being the responsible one, of watching Caden get everything while I got nothing but expectations. "Absolutely sure," I replied. "Time to let karma finish what they started." The cafe barista brought me another latte, giving me a sympathetic smile. She'd heard everything. "On the house," she said. "Sounds like you could use it." I thanked her, watching steam rise from the cup. Outside, storm clouds were gathering, perfect weather for karma's next act. The glass doors of my office building burst open as Mom and Caden stormed in, their faces twisted with rage. My coworker Annabelle shot me a warning look across our shared workspace. "She's destroying everything!" Caden shouted, ignoring the startled faces of my colleagues. "The bank's pulling my loan. The house is going into foreclosure. Are you happy now?" I kept typing, not looking up. "You need to leave. This is my workplace." "Like hell I'm leaving!" He slammed his hand on my desk, making my coffee mug rattle. "Fix this!" "Security," Annabelle said quietly into her phone. "Patricia!" Mom stepped forward, her voice shaking. "The bank is freezing all our accounts. They're saying something about conspiracy to commit fraud. Your father can't even access his retirement funds." Now I looked up. "Maybe you should have thought about that before helping Caden forge loan documents." "I didn't forge anything." Caden's face was red. "I just adjusted some numbers." "While using stolen money as a down payment," I added. "The bank tends to frown on that combination." "It wasn't stolen," Mom insisted. "I had access to that account. Access you claim to have removed, in writing." I pulled out my phone, showing the text message. "The bank's fraud department found that particularly interesting." Security arrived, 2 officers I knew well from my years working in the building. "Is there a problem here?" "Yes," I said calmly. "These people are harassing me at my workplace." "You heartless bitch," Caden spat. "I'm your brother." "And I'm your sister, the one you stole from. Funny how family only matters when you need something from me." "Ms. Wong," one of the security officers stepped forward. "Would you like us to escort them out?" Mom grabbed my arm. "We raised you better than this." "No," I pulled away. "You raised me to be a doormat. I decided to be better on my own." "Your brother's life is falling apart," Mom's voice cracked. "He's going to lose everything." "Everything he bought with my money," I corrected her, "and obtained through fraud. Those are called consequences." The security officers moved to flank them. Caden's face crumpled suddenly, tears replacing rage. "Please, Patty," he begged, using my childhood nickname. "I'll lose the house. My car's already gone. I'll pay you back, I swear." "With what money?" I asked. "The salary you inflated on your loan applications, the commissions you haven't earned, or Mom's enablement?" "That's enough," the security officer said firmly. "You need to leave, now." As they were led away, Dad appeared in the doorway. He'd been so quiet I hadn't noticed him arrive. He looked at me, then at Mom and Caden being escorted out, and something seemed to break in his expression. "The bank called," he said quietly. They found evidence of other fraudulent applications, going back years. I know, I replied. Jillian's been very thorough. Your mother? He hesitated. She always thought she was helping him. We both did. By stealing from me? No. He shook his head. That was wrong. I should have stopped it. I should have stopped a lot of things. For the first time since this started, I felt a crack in my armor. Why didn't you? Because it was easier to let your mother handle things, to let Caden be the golden child, to let you be the strong one. He pulled an envelope from his jacket. Here, bank statements from my personal account, the one your mother doesn't know about. It's not much, but it might help replace some of what they took. I stared at the envelope. Keep it. You'll need it when the fraud investigation freezes everything else. Patricia, no, Dad. You don't get to buy your way out of guilt. Not now. He nodded slowly, tucking the envelope away. For what it's worth, I'm sorry, and I'm proud of you. For standing up to us. A bit late for that, isn't it? He turned to leave, then paused. Your mother will never forgive you for this. Good, I said, turning back to my computer. Because I'll never forgive her either. After he left, Annabelle brought me a fresh coffee. You okay? My phone buzzed with a text from Caden. Mom's in the hospital. Collapsed after leaving your office. Hope you're satisfied. I showed Annabelle the message. They're still trying to manipulate me. Is it working? I thought about my empty savings account, about years of being the reliable one, about Mom's constant dismissal and Caden's entitled smile. No, I replied, archiving the message in my karma package folder. It's really not. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Aunt Linda, Uncle Robert, 3 cousins, and even my mother's bridge club friends, all calling to tell me what a horrible daughter I was. Did you hear what your mother texted everyone? Jillian asked, spreading case documents across her dining room table. She's claiming you orchestrated this whole thing to destroy your family. I pulled up Mom's group message. My heartless daughter has attacked our family. Her brother is losing everything. I'm in the hospital with stress-induced complications. Please pray for us in this difficult time. Watch this, I said, typing out a response to the group chat. I attached screenshots of Mom's text about removing herself from my account, bank statements showing the unauthorized withdrawal, Caden's loan applications with falsified income, and dated emails proving the premeditated fraud. My message was simple. Since we're sharing family stories, here's mine, with receipts. Brutal, Jillian nodded approvingly. How long until... My phone exploded with notifications. Then absolute silence. That's what I thought, I muttered, setting my phone face down. Amazing how quiet people get when faced with facts. Patricia, Jillian leaned forward, her expression serious. The bank's building a strong case for mortgage fraud. They're subpoenaing Zachariah tomorrow. Are you ready for this to get uglier? Uglier than my mother faking a hospital collapse? She faked it? I showed her another screenshot, a Facebook check-in from Mom at the tennis club, posted 2 hours after her supposed hospitalization. Jesus, Jillian muttered. Your family really doesn't do anything halfway, do they? My phone buzzed again, a text from Dad. Your mother's leaving the hospital. She's staying with your aunt. Says she can't handle the stress of seeing you. She's not in the hospital, I texted back. She's at tennis with Linda. No response. You know, Jillian said, sorting through more documents, revenge has a way of lingering beyond its usefulness. Are you sure you want to keep pushing? This isn't revenge, I replied, picking up a bank statement. This is justice. My phone lit up with a call from Zachariah. I put it on speaker. Patricia? His voice was shaking. Listen, about tomorrow's subpoena, what exactly am I supposed to say? The truth would be nice. But Caden's my friend, and your mom, she helped me get started in real estate. And now you can help them understand consequences, unless you'd prefer to be charged as an accomplice? Silence. Then, they're going to hate me. Welcome to the club. After hanging up, I checked my email. The bank had sent an update. Preliminary findings supported all fraud allegations. Formal charges were being considered. "Your brother's going to need a good lawyer," Jillian observed. "He should ask Mom to steal one for him." My phone buzzed with a text from Aunt Linda. "How dare you air family business like this? Your mother raised you better." I typed back, "No, she raised me to be quiet while she favored Caden. I raised myself to be better." Another message, this time from Uncle Robert. "Your father's devastated. Is this what you wanted?" I showed Jillian the messages. Funny how they're all concerned about my parents' feelings. Not one person has asked about my stolen savings. "Family can be weird like that," she replied. "They'll justify anything to maintain the status quo." My phone rang. Caden again. Against my better judgment, I answered. "The bank's pressing charges," he said, his voice hollow. "Criminal charges, Patricia. Do you understand what that means? That actions have consequences? I could go to jail over a little creative accounting." "And theft," I added. "Don't forget the theft." "It wasn't." He stopped. "Okay, you win. What do you want? An apology? Fine, I'm sorry. We're sorry. Just call off the investigation." "It doesn't work like that, Caden. I can't just call off a federal fraud investigation." "Then what was the point of all this?" I thought about years of being the responsible one, the reliable one, the one who always had to understand and forgive and give. The point was showing you that actions have consequences, even yours, even Mom's. "You've destroyed this family," he whispered. "No," I corrected him. "You and Mom did that when you decided my savings were your property. I'm just making sure everyone knows the truth." After hanging up, I looked at Jillian. "Still think this is about revenge?" She smiled sadly. "No, I think this is about something much more expensive than money." "What's that?" "Self-respect." My phone buzzed one last time, a message from Mom. "I hope you're happy with what you've done." I archived it without responding. Sometimes silence was the loudest revenge of all. The courtroom was quieter than I expected. Mom sat in the front row, clutching her designer handbag like a shield. Caden slumped beside his lawyer, looking nothing like the confident golden boy who'd stolen my savings 3 months ago. "The court finds in favor of the plaintiff," the judge announced, shuffling papers. "The unauthorized transfer of $92,000 is to be returned in full, with interest. Furthermore, given the evidence of mortgage fraud—" Mom made a small choking sound. Dad reached for her hand, but she pulled away. "Your Honor," Caden's lawyer stood up. "My client would like to propose a private settlement." "The time for private settlements has passed," the judge cut him off. "The evidence of deliberate fraud is substantial. Mr. Martin's testimony was quite illuminating." I glanced at Zachariah, sitting pale-faced in the back row. He'd sung like a canary once the fraud investigators started digging. "The property will be foreclosed," the judge continued. "All frozen assets will remain so pending criminal investigation. Court adjourned." As people started filing out, Mom rushed toward me. "Patricia, please. We can still fix this as a family." "Family?" I turned to face her. "Was it family when you emptied my account? When you helped Caden forge loan documents? Or is it only family when you need something from me?" "I'm your mother." "Exactly, which makes your betrayal even worse." Caden approached, his expensive suit now looking wrinkled and worn. "They're pressing criminal charges, Patty. Actual criminal charges. Is that what you wanted?" "What I wanted was my savings safe in my account. What I wanted was a mother who respected me. What I wanted was a brother who didn't think he was entitled to everything I worked for." "We can work something out," he pleaded. "Maybe if you talk to the bank." "The bank?" I laughed. "The bank that found evidence of your previous fraudulent loans? The ones Mom helped you get? That bank?" Dad stepped forward. "Patricia, don't," I cut him off. "Just don't. Your silence enabled all of this." "But we're still family," Mom insisted, grabbing my arm. "Blood is thicker than water." I pulled away. Funny how that only applies when you need something from me. Jillian appeared at my side. My client has nothing more to say. Please direct all future communication through my office. As we walked out of the courthouse, reporters were waiting. Mom pushed past them, mascara streaking her face. Caden ducked his head, ignoring questions about mortgage fraud. "How does it feel to win?" one reporter asked me. I paused. This wasn't about winning, it was about consequences. Back at my apartment, Annabelle was waiting with wine and takeout. "Heard the Golden Boy's moving back in with your parents," she said, pouring generous glasses. "Of course he is," I replied. "Where else would he go? He's never had to stand on his own feet." My phone buzzed, a text from Dad. "Your mother's not eating. She says she'll never forgive you." "Good," I typed back. "I'll never forgive her either. Actions have consequences." Another buzz. "Aunt Linda, the whole neighborhood's talking about this. How could you humiliate your family like this?" I blocked her number. "You okay?" Annabelle asked, watching me. "Better than okay," I said, pulling out a piece of paper from my bag. "Look what came today." She read it. Notice of funds recovery, $92,000 plus interest to be deposited. "What are you going to do with it?" I smiled, pulling up a real estate listing on my phone. "Buy my own place, a small condo, no family loans, no creative accounting, no stolen money, just mine." My phone rang. Caden again. I let it go to voicemail. "He's been calling all day," I explained to Annabelle. "Apparently, the criminal investigation is finding more irregularities. Mom's implicated in some of his previous loans, too." "Are you going to help them?" I thought about years of being the reliable one, the responsible one, the one who always had to understand and forgive. "No," I said finally. "They made their choices. Now they can live with them." Later that night, as Annabelle left, she hugged me tight. "For what it's worth, I'm proud of you. Standing up to family is the hardest thing." I watched her leave, then went to my balcony. In the distance, I could see the neighborhood where Caden's foreclosed house stood empty. Mom's tennis club was somewhere over there, too, though she hadn't been seen there since the court date. My phone buzzed one last time, a message from Dad. "Caden's meeting with criminal lawyers tomorrow. Your mother's asking if you'll help with the legal fees." I typed back, "No, she can afford it. She has no kids to support, remember?" Then I blocked his number too, opened my wine, and watched the sunset. Sometimes karma needed a little help, but once it got started, it did beautiful work. "Welcome home," the realtor said, handing me the keys to my new condo. "It's all yours." I stood in the empty living room, sunlight streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows. My space, my life savings, recovered and reinvested in something that was completely mine. My phone buzzed. Jillian. "Criminal charges filed against Caden today. Your mother's been named as co-conspirator in 3 previous fraudulent loans." I set my phone down without responding and unpacked a single wine glass from a box marked kitchen. The doorbell rang. Annabelle, carrying Chinese takeout and a bottle of champagne. "First meal in the new place has to be special," she announced, setting everything on the floor since I hadn't bought furniture yet. "No plates yet," I warned her. "That's why I brought paper ones." She pulled them from her bag. "Also, have you seen the neighborhood Facebook group? Your mom's been posting again." I pulled up the group on my phone. Mom's latest post was a masterpiece of manipulation. "Pray for our family in these difficult times. Sometimes those we love most hurt us deepest." "The comments are interesting," Annabelle noted. She was right. Instead of the usual sympathy, people were asking questions. Someone had linked to the court documents. Another mentioned Caden's previous fraudulent loans. The carefully crafted narrative was unraveling. The doorbell rang again. Jillian, this time, looking serious. "Your father's downstairs," she said. "Wants to talk. Should I send him away?" I thought for a moment. "No, let him up." Dad looked older than ever when he walked in, carrying a small box. "Nice place," he said quietly, looking around. Better than Caden's was. Because I bought it honestly, I replied. What do you want, Dad? He set the box down. Found these while packing up the house. Your old report cards, some photos. Thought you might want them. Packing up the house? He nodded. We're selling it. Your mother's legal fees. Well, they're substantial, and Caden's living with us now, so... Still enabling them both, I see. No, he said firmly. I'm leaving your mother. Filed the papers yesterday. The champagne glass nearly slipped from my hand. What? Should have done it years ago. Should have stopped her when she took your money. Should have done a lot of things differently. He pulled an envelope from his jacket. This too, it's not much, but it's what I managed to save without her knowing. I didn't take it. Keep it. You'll need it. Patricia, his voice cracked. I failed you. I watched her favor Caden, watched her steal from you, watched her destroy this family, and I said nothing. I'm sorry. The silence stretched between us, filled with decades of unspoken words. Why now? I finally asked. Because you were brave enough to stand up to them, and I realized I never was. My phone buzzed, a news alert about Caden's criminal charges. Dad saw it, too. He's not taking it well, Dad said. Keep saying you destroyed the family. No, I corrected him. Mom's favoritism destroyed the family. Caden's entitlement destroyed the family. My savings just paid for the demolition. He nodded slowly. Your mother wants to meet, to explain her side. There is no her side to theft and fraud. That's what I told her. He turned to leave, then stopped. For what it's worth, I'm proud of you. Not just for standing up to them, but for building your own life, for being better than all of us. After he left, Annabelle poured more champagne. You okay? Better than okay, I replied, looking around my empty condo. I'm free. My phone buzzed one last time. Mom. Your father's abandoned me, just like you did. I hope you're satisfied with destroying this family. I showed the message to Jillian and Annabelle. Still trying to manipulate you? Jillian observed. Still not working, I replied, blocking Mom's number permanently. We sat on the floor of my empty condo, eating Chinese food from paper plates, drinking champagne from the only wine glass I owned, and I felt lighter than I had in years. To karma? Annabelle raised her paper cup. To consequences, Jillian added. To me, I said quietly, looking out at the city lights. To finally choosing myself. The sun set over my new beginning, painting the empty walls with golden light. Tomorrow I'd buy furniture, hang artwork, make this space my own. But tonight, sitting here with real friends who supported my strength instead of family who exploited my loyalty, I was already home. My phone lay silent, Mom and Caden's numbers blocked, their drama finally muted. Sometimes the happiest ending isn't about forgiveness or reconciliation. Sometimes it's about walking away and building something better from the ashes of what they burned.
I always knew the other shoe would drop, but I didn't expect it to happen over Mom's mediocre pot roast. My name is Chloe, and I've spent 33 years being the responsible one, the reliable one, the one who'd smile and nod while my younger sister Alyssa drained our family's resources like a sparkly vampire in designer clothes. We have wonderful news, Mom announced, beaming across the dinner table. She squeezed Dad's hand, and he managed a weak smile that didn't reach his eyes. I recognized that look. It was the same one he wore when Alyssa convinced them to cash out their retirement fund for her revolutionary organic smoothie franchise, the one that lasted 6 months. I stabbed a potato with my fork. Let me guess. Alyssa's starting another business? A luxury spa concept. Alyssa practically bounced in her chair. It's going to be amazing, Chloe. We're talking cutting-edge treatments, celebrity clientele. That's not even the best part, Mom interrupted, her eyes shining. We've decided to sell the house to help with the startup costs. It's such an incredible opportunity. The potato turned to ash in my mouth. You're selling the house? The house you've lived in for 30 years? Well, yes, but it's temporary. Once the spa takes off. If, I corrected automatically. Don't be negative, Mom snapped. Anyway, we've worked it all out. We'll stay with you for a month or two while we look for a new place. Your apartment has that spare room you use as an office, and I tuned out the rest, nodding mechanically as Mom detailed how they'd rearrange my life to accommodate their latest terrible decision. 20 years of memories flashed through my mind. My college fund borrowed for Alyssa's first failed boutique. My graduation dinner canceled because Alyssa had a networking emergency. The time I needed a co-signer for my first apartment, and they couldn't help because they'd maxed out their credit on her juice bar venture. Chloe? Alyssa's voice cut through my thoughts. You're being weird. Aren't you excited? I plastered on my best fake smile. Of course. When's the move-in date? 2 weeks from Saturday, Dad said quietly, the first words he'd spoken all evening. Perfect. I took a sip of wine to hide my expression. That gives me time to clear out the spare room. Later that night, as I drove home, I called Eleanor. They did what? My best friend's voice crackled through the speakers. Sold their house. For Alyssa's spa fantasy. And they're moving in with me, apparently. Please tell me you're not actually letting this happen. I smiled in the darkness. Remember that studio apartment I looked at last month? The one in the Art Deco building? What about it? I signed the lease 2 weeks ago. I move in next Saturday. Eleanor's laughter filled my car. You brilliant bitch, you knew this was coming? Alyssa's been hinting about her big idea for months. Mom and Dad always follow the same pattern. They throw good money after bad, then expect me to catch them when they fall. Not this time. What are you going to tell them? Nothing. They'll find out when the movers show up. Ice cold, Eleanor said approvingly. But what about your parents? Where will they go? I pulled into my parking spot and killed the engine. That's not my problem anymore. 28 years of cleaning up their messes? And what do I have to show for it? A collection of world's best sister mugs and an ulcer? They're going to lose their minds. Probably. I grabbed my purse and headed for the elevator. But here's the thing. I'm done being the family safety net. They want to bet everything on Alyssa's latest scheme? Fine. But they can do it without my spare room and my savings account. The elevator dinged and I stepped out onto my floor. In my apartment, a stack of moving boxes waited in the corner. I walked to my desk and pulled out the lease paperwork, running my fingers over my signature. My phone buzzed, a text from Mom. Can't wait to help decorate your office. Alyssa has so many great ideas. I didn't reply. Instead, I opened my laptop and pulled up the spreadsheet where I'd been tracking every dollar my parents had borrowed over the years. The total made me wince, even now. But soon, it wouldn't matter. In 9 days, I'd be gone, leaving them to face the consequences of their choices without me as their backup plan. The phone buzzed again. This time, it was Preston, my ex. Hey, we need to talk about Alyssa's new business. There's something you should know. I closed my eyes and let out a long breath. Of course, Preston was involved, because this family drama needed one more complicated layer. But that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight, I had packing to do. You're seriously not going to tell them until moving day? Eleanor perched on my kitchen counter, watching me wrap dishes in newspaper. That's deliciously petty. I love it. I prefer to think of it as strategic. I carefully placed a wrapped mug in a box. The moment they know I'm leaving, Mom will launch into full emotional warfare. I can't deal with a week of guilt trips and tears. Speaking of warfare, what did Preston want? I paused, newspaper crackling in my hands. I haven't called him back yet. Chloe. Eleanor's voice had that warning tone she used when I was avoiding something important. If your sleazy ex is involved in Alyssa's business, you need to know what's going on. I know. I reached for another mug, ironically one of those world's best sister ones Alyssa gave me last Christmas. Every time I think about calling him, I remember walking in on him and that bartender. The one from Alyssa's failed tapas restaurant? The very same. I wrapped the mug with perhaps more force than necessary. You know what's funny? When I caught them, he actually tried to blame me, said I was too focused on work and never spontaneous enough. Translation: you had a real job and wouldn't fund his wannabe DJ career. My phone buzzed on the counter. Mom again. Honey, Alyssa and I are thinking of painting the spare room sage green. It'll be so zen. Eleanor read the text over my shoulder and snorted. The audacity. They're redecorating your apartment before they even move in. Classic Mom and Alyssa. I started filling another box. Remember my college graduation party? The one that turned into Alyssa's engagement party? Even though everyone knew that guy was a con artist, Dad tried to warn them, but I trailed off, remembering how quickly Mom had shut down his concerns. That's when I first realized the pattern. It wasn't just about favoring Alyssa, it was about enabling her, and Dad just gave up trying to stop it. My phone rang. Preston's name flashed on the screen. Eleanor raised an eyebrow. Moment of truth. I answered on speaker. What do you want, Preston? Chloe, thank God. His voice had that fake, casual tone I remembered too well. Listen, about Alyssa's spa business. Let me guess, you're involved somehow? I may have helped her secure some investors. Eleanor made a disgusted face. I shared the sentiment. And now you're having second thoughts? I prompted. Look, I know how this sounds, but... He lowered his voice. The numbers don't add up. The business plan she showed your parents? It's different from the one she showed the other investors. I sat down hard on my couch. Different how? I can't say more over the phone. Can we meet? No. The word came out sharp and final. Whatever's going on with Alyssa's business, I'm not getting involved. Your parents invested everything they have. And that was their choice. I could feel Eleanor's approving nod without looking at her. If you're worried about fraud, call the authorities. I'm done cleaning up Alyssa's messes. I hung up before he could respond. Eleanor hopped off the counter. Okay, that was intense. What are you thinking? I'm thinking. I walked to my window, looking out at the city lights. I'm thinking that for the first time in my life, I'm going to let things fall apart without trying to fix them. Good. Eleanor started packing again, her movements precise and determined. Let them deal with their own chaos for once. My phone buzzed with another text. Alyssa this time. OMG sis, wait till you see my vision board for the office. P.S. Can I borrow your printer? Need to run off some investor packets. I showed Eleanor the message. You know what the worst part is? Deep down, I still love them. Even knowing how they've treated me. Even knowing what's probably coming. Some part of me still wants to protect them. That's because you're a good person, Eleanor said firmly. But being good doesn't mean being a doormat. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do is let people face the consequences of their actions. I picked up the world's best sister mug and dropped it into the trash instead of the moving box. The ceramic shattered satisfyingly. 9 days, I said, more to myself than Eleanor. 9 days, and I'm free. Free to live your own life, Eleanor agreed. Free to spend your money on yourself. Free to... My phone rang again. Mom's number. I declined the call and turned back to packing. Whatever crisis they were cooking up, whatever scheme was about to implode, it wasn't my problem anymore. For the first time in my adult life, I was choosing myself, and it felt terrifying and wonderful and absolutely right. The movers arrived at 7 a.m. sharp. I was already dressed and waiting, my morning coffee growing cold as I watched the minutes tick by. At 7:03, right on schedule, my phone exploded. Chloe, there are moving trucks outside your building. Mom's voice was shrill. What's going on? Exactly what it looks like. I kept my voice calm. I'm moving. Moving? But we're supposed to... She broke off as the doorbell rang. I opened the door to find not just the movers, but my entire family. Mom, red-faced and still in her robe. Dad looking like he'd aged 10 years overnight, and Alyssa clutching a vision board and wearing an expression of pure betrayal. "Let the movers through, please," I said, stepping aside. "This is ridiculous," Alyssa snapped. "You can't move. I already ordered the desk for my office." "Your office?" I raised an eyebrow as the movers began efficiently boxing up my pre-packed items. "You mean my spare room? In my apartment? The one I pay for?" "But Mom and Dad need nothing from me." I turned to my parents. "You made your choice. You chose to sell your house, to invest in another of Alyssa's schemes. That's your right. But you don't get to volunteer my space as your backup plan." "How can you be so selfish?" Mom's voice cracked. "We're your family." "Funny, I've been your family for 33 years, but that didn't stop you from taking my college fund, or canceling my graduation dinner, or—" "That was different," Alyssa interrupted. "Those were investments in our future." "No," I corrected her. "Those were investments in your future, at my expense, every single time." Dad finally spoke, his voice quiet. "Where are we supposed to go?" For a moment, my resolve wavered. Then I remembered all the times he'd stood by silently while Mom and Alyssa steamrolled over my life. "That's not my problem anymore." I handed the movers another box. "You should have thought about that before selling your house." "This is about Preston, isn't it?" Alyssa's voice turned nasty. "You're just jealous because he's helping with my business now." I laughed, and the sound surprised even me. "Trust me, Preston is the least of my concerns, though you might want to ask him about those different versions of your business plan." Alyssa's face went white. "What different versions?" Dad asked sharply. "Ask your golden child." I checked my watch. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to supervise the move." "You can't do this to us." Mom grabbed my arm. "We're your parents." I gently but firmly removed her hand. "Yes, you are. And I love you. But I'm done being your safety net. I'm done watching you enable Alyssa's schemes while treating me like an ATM with feelings. I'm just done." "Fine." Alyssa threw her vision board on the floor. "Fine, run away. But don't come crying to us when you're all alone in your sad little studio apartment." "I'd rather be alone than be used." The movers worked around us, professional and discreet as my family drama unfolded. Within an hour, my life was packed into their truck. I did one final walkthrough of the empty apartment. Mom had sunk onto the couch, crying quietly. Dad stood by the window, staring out at nothing. Alyssa was furiously texting someone, Preston probably. "I've left the keys on the counter," I said. "The lease expires in 3 days. You'll need to be out by then." "Where are we supposed to go?" Mom asked again, but this time it wasn't a guilt trip. She sounded genuinely lost. "Maybe ask one of Alyssa's investors to put you up." I shouldered my purse. "Or better yet, ask Alyssa why she showed them a different business plan than the one she showed you." "You're lying!" Alyssa's head snapped up. "Preston would never—" "Goodbye," I cut her off. "I wish you all the best with your spa venture. Really, I do. But whatever happens next, it's not my responsibility anymore." I walked out, closing the door on their stunned faces. In the elevator, my phone buzzed with a voicemail notification. Preston again. "Chloe, please call me back. The money, it's worse than I thought. Your parents need to know." I deleted the message without listening to the rest. Whatever bomb was about to drop, I'd be safely clear of the blast radius. The morning sun hit my face as I stepped outside. The moving truck was waiting to follow me to my new address. To my new life. Behind me, I could hear Mom's voice floating down from my old apartment window, shrill with panic. "Gilbert, call Preston right now. I want to know what's going on with that business plan." I got into my car and drove away without looking back. "I need you to understand something," Preston said, stirring his coffee nervously. "I didn't know how bad it was at first. I hadn't wanted to meet him at all. But after 3 days of increasingly desperate messages, curiosity won out. We sat in a busy cafe, as far from my new apartment as possible. Just tell me what's going on, I said flatly. Alyssa came to me about 2 months ago, said she had this amazing spa concept but needed help with the investor pitch deck. He wouldn't meet my eyes. The numbers looked good, really good, so I introduced her to some people. And then I saw the paperwork she gave your parents. He pulled out his phone, sliding it across the table. Compare these 2 documents. I looked at the screen. Both showed business plans for Serenity Springs Spa and Wellness, but the similarities ended there. The investor version promised a 15% return over 3 years. The version my parents got projected a 40% return in 6 months. She's running a Ponzi scheme, I said quietly. Preston nodded miserably. There's more. The property she claims to have leased for the spa? It doesn't exist. The celebrity endorsements she's advertising? All fake. And the equipment orders she showed your parents? Let me guess. Also fake? The company she claims to be ordering from went bankrupt last year. I pushed his phone back across the table, feeling sick. Why are you telling me this now? Because your parents weren't the only ones who invested their life savings. He ran a hand through his hair. I convinced my aunt to put in $50,000. My best friend did $30,000. If this falls apart? When, I corrected, when this falls apart. Right, when it falls apart, a lot of people are going to get hurt. And you want me to what? Fix it, save everyone. I laughed bitterly. That's not my job anymore. Chloe, please, your parents made their choice. I stood up, gathering my purse. Just like you made yours when you decided to help Alyssa scam people. I didn't know. But you knew something wasn't right, and you still helped her. I paused. By the way, how much is she paying you to bring in investors? His silence was answer enough. Outside the cafe, I pulled up the public records database on my phone, a perk of my job in financial analysis. 20 minutes of searching confirmed everything Preston said, and worse. My phone buzzed with a text from Eleanor. You need to see this. She'd sent a link to a local business news website. The headline made my stomach drop. Local investor sues wellness startup for fraud. I clicked through. The investor, Vince Dixon, had put money into one of Alyssa's previous ventures, the organic smoothie franchise. He was alleging a pattern of fraudulent behavior and seeking to freeze her assets. My phone rang. Mom, have you seen the news? She demanded without preamble. This man is trying to destroy your sister's business. You mean he's exposing her fraud? How dare you, after everything we've done for you? Everything you've done for me? My voice rose, drawing looks from passing pedestrians. You mean like taking my college fund, or expecting me to house you after you gave away your home for another scam? It's not a scam. Alyssa showed us the paperwork. Which version? I cut in. The one promising 40% returns in 6 months, or the one she showed other investors promising 15% over 3 years? Silence. Mom? My voice softened despite myself. Did you even read the documents before you signed them? Your father handled that part. Call Preston, I said. Ask him about the equipment orders. Ask him about the property lease. Ask him. She hung up. I stared at my phone, then opened my banking app. My parents' retirement fund, the money they'd pulled out for Alyssa's spa, would have hit her account by now. If I reported the fraud quickly enough, maybe some of it could be recovered. No, I said aloud, closing the app. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Another text from Eleanor. Holy shit, there's more. This Dixon guy is claiming she did the same thing in 3 other cities under different business names. I started walking, no particular destination in mind. 3 other cities, 3 other groups of investors. How long had Alyssa been doing this? My phone buzzed again, an unknown number. Is this Chloe? A man's voice asked when I answered. This is Vince Dixon. We need to talk about your sister. I stopped walking. I'm not involved in her businesses. No, but you might be the only honest person in your family, and I have information you need to hear. I thought about Preston's guilty face, about Mom's willful blindness, about all the times I'd watched Alyssa charm her way out of consequences. "I'm listening," I said. "Vince Dixon's office looked exactly like you'd expect for someone who'd lost $500,000 to my sister. Expensive, but sparse, like he'd had to sell most of the furniture." "Your sister's real name isn't even Alyssa," he said, sliding a folder across his desk. "Not legally, anyway. She changed it 5 years ago." I opened the folder. Documents spilled out. Court records, business licenses, newspaper clippings, all showing different versions of my sister, under different names, running different scams. Jessica in Seattle, Marina in Portland, Sophia in San Diego. Vince ticked them off on his fingers. Always the same pattern, always targeting family money first, then outside investors. "That's impossible," I said, but my voice wavered. "She was living at home. We would have known." "Really? Where was she during those business trips she took? Those entrepreneur conferences that lasted weeks?" My phone buzzed. Mom again. "Your father can't reach his investment advisor. Please call us back." I ignored it. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because in every city the pattern ends the same way. She disappears with the money, leaving her family to deal with the fallout." He leaned forward. "And I think she's about to do it again." Another buzz. This time, a text from an unknown number. "Cease and desist notice. You are hereby ordered to stop making false statements about Serenity Springs Spa and Wellness." I showed Vince the message. "Ah," he smiled grimly. "Right on schedule. She's laying groundwork to discredit you before you can expose her." "I wasn't planning to expose anything," I protested. "I just wanted out." "But you know too much now. Preston talked to you, didn't he? About the different business plans?" I nodded. "Check your email." I pulled out my phone. There it was, a message from Alyssa's lawyer threatening legal action for malicious interference with business relationships. "She's trying to silence you," Vince said, "which means you're close to something she doesn't want found." My phone rang again. Dad this time. "The bank won't let us access our accounts," he said when I answered. His voice sounded old, defeated. Something about a fraud alert. "Where are you staying?" I asked, despite myself. "Your mother's sister took us in, temporarily." He paused. "Alyssa's not answering her phone." Of course she wasn't. "Dad, I need you to listen carefully. Go to the police. Report the fraud. Do it now before—" "I can't do that to your sister." He sounded horrified. "She made a few mistakes, but—" "A few mistakes?" I exploded. "Dad, she's done this before. In other cities, under other names. She's not just failing at business. She's deliberately scamming people." Silence. Then, "How do you know this?" "I'm looking at the proof right now. Police reports, court documents." He hung up. Vince was watching me with something like pity. "They won't believe you. They never do, until it's too late." "So why tell me at all?" "Because sometimes the only way to stop someone like your sister is to let them fall. Completely. And you seem like the only one strong enough to let that happen." My phone buzzed with another text. "Eleanor, your sister just posted on Instagram about expanding to 3 new locations. Comments are full of people asking how to invest." I looked back at the documents on Vince's desk, at all those other families, other investors, other lives my sister had ruined. "What do you need from me?" I asked. "Just the truth. Your statement about what you've witnessed over the years, the pattern of behavior, the financial manipulation of your parents." "They'll never forgive me." "Maybe not," he agreed, "but you might save them from something worse." My phone buzzed one final time, a message from Alyssa herself. "Back off, sis. You have no idea what you're dealing with." I stared at the threat, feeling something cold and certain settle in my chest. She was right. I hadn't known what I was dealing with. But now I did. "Okay," I told Vince. "Where do I sign?" He pulled out a legal pad. "Start from the beginning and don't leave anything out. I took a deep breath and began to write. The college fund, the graduation dinner, the constant loans that were never repaid, each small betrayal that I'd excused, each red flag I'd ignored. Outside Vince's window, storm clouds were gathering. Appropriate, I thought, for the hurricane that was about to hit my family. But this time, I wouldn't be there to help them weather it. This time, I'd be the one bringing the storm. The hotel lobby was exactly the kind of place Alyssa would choose, all gleaming marble and pretension. I spotted her at the check-in desk, designer luggage at her feet, arguing with the clerk. "What do you mean my card was declined?" she demanded. "Try it again." I walked up behind her, phone recording in my pocket. "Going somewhere." She spun around, face shifting from shock to anger to her practiced sister smile in seconds. "Chloe, I was just booking a flight to Buenos Aires?" I glanced at the passport on the counter. "Or should I call you Marina, like they did in Portland?" The smile vanished. "You've been talking to Vince. And Preston, and the FBI agent who's very interested in your pattern of interstate fraud." The clerk cleared his throat. "Should I call security?" "That won't be necessary," Alyssa said smoothly. "My sister and I just need to have a private conversation." She grabbed her luggage and stalked toward a quiet corner of the lobby. I followed, making sure my phone was still recording. "Whatever you think you know," she hissed. "You don't understand." I understand perfectly. This was never about building a business. It was about building a convincing enough lie to steal people's money. They invested willingly. Based on fake documents and lies. I stepped closer. "Did you ever intend to open the spa? Or was that just another fiction, like the equipment orders and the celebrity endorsements?" Something shifted in her eyes, the mask slipping to reveal something colder underneath. "You want the truth?" She laughed, ugly and sharp. "Fine. No, I was never going to open that stupid spa, just like I was never going to run that smoothie franchise or that boutique or any of it." "Why?" "Because this is easier. Do you know how exhausting it is watching you be the responsible one? Perfect Chloe, with her real job and her boring life. While you were out destroying people's lives? They destroyed themselves. All those greedy investors thinking they'd get rich quick. Mom and Dad throwing money at every scheme because they couldn't admit their precious baby girl was a fraud." "They gave you everything," I said quietly. "Their savings, their house. And they'll give me more once this blows over. They always do." She smirked. "They'll probably blame you for trying to ruin my life. Poor jealous Chloe, always competing with her successful sister." I pulled out my phone, stopping the recording. "Want to bet?" The color drained from her face. "You wouldn't." "I already did. Vince's lawyers have a copy. So does the FBI. And in about 30 seconds, so will Mom and Dad." She lunged for my phone. I stepped back, hitting send on the email I'd queued up. "You bitch!" She swung her designer purse at my head. I ducked, and the movement sent papers spilling across the marble floor. Fake IDs, multiple passports, a stack of cash. The hotel security guard who'd been watching us finally moved in. "Is there a problem here?" "No problem," I said calmly. "My sister was just leaving. Though you might want to call the police, I believe they're looking for her." "You'll regret this," Alyssa spat as the guard collected her scattered documents. "They'll never believe you over me." My phone buzzed. Mom's number. I answered on speaker. "Hi, Mom." "We just got your email," she said. Her voice sounded strange, hollow. "The recording. I can explain," Alyssa called out. "Mom, she's trying to frame me." "That's your voice," Dad said. He must have been on the line too. "Those things you said about us, about the investors." "Daddy, please." "The FBI agent is here," Mom cut in. "He's showing us, oh God, all those other cities, all those other names. I'm your daughter." Alyssa was crying now, but I recognized the tears. Performance, not remorse. "You can't let them. You're under arrest," a new voice said. 2 police officers had arrived, handcuffs ready. "You have the right to remain silent." I watched them lead her away, still screaming about family loyalty and frame jobs. The hotel guests were staring, phones out, probably posting about the drama. "Chloe?" Mom's voice was small. "Are you still there?" "I'm here. We should have listened to you. All those years." She broke down sobbing. "I'll call you later," I said, and hung up. Outside, they were putting Alyssa in a police car. Our eyes met through the window. For a moment, I saw something real in her face, not anger or manipulation, but fear. Then she was gone, and I was alone in the autumn sunshine, feeling nothing but tired. My phone buzzed one last time. "Eleanor. You okay?" "No," I typed back, "but I will be." I walked away from the hotel, leaving behind the wreckage of my family's illusions. It wasn't the revenge I'd planned, but maybe it was the revenge we'd all needed. The harsh light of truth, burning away years of lies. "They're broke," Eleanor said, scanning the paperwork spread across my kitchen counter. "Like, completely broke." "I know." I poured more wine into our glasses. The FBI agent said Alyssa managed to transfer most of the investor money offshore before they caught her. They're still trying to trace it. "What about your parents' savings?" "Gone, along with their house equity, their retirement accounts." I took a long sip. "They're staying with my aunt, but that can't last forever." My phone lit up with another call from Mom. I let it go to voicemail, like I had for the past week. "You can't avoid them forever," Eleanor said gently. "Watch me." I pulled out a thick manila envelope. "Besides, I have one last thing to send them." "What's that?" "A complete accounting." I opened the envelope, revealing pages of spreadsheets. Every dollar they borrowed from me over the years, every investment they pushed me to make in Alyssa's schemes, every bill I covered while they funneled money to her, with interest. That's thorough. I'm a financial analyst. Thorough is what I do. I traced a finger down the final total. Almost $200,000. Jesus Christ. And that's not counting emotional costs, or career opportunities I passed up because they needed me nearby to clean up Alyssa's messes. My phone buzzed again. Dad this time. "Your mother's not eating," his voicemail said later. "She just sits there, reading those articles about Alyssa, about Marina, Jessica, whatever her real name is. Please call us." I deleted the message. "You know what the worst part is?" I told Eleanor. "Part of me still feels guilty, like I'm the bad daughter for not rushing in to save them again." "That's because they programmed you to feel responsible for their choices." Eleanor topped off our wines. "But you're not responsible. You never were." My doorbell rang. I tensed, but it was just the courier I'd arranged. "Sign here," he said, handing me a tablet. I signed, then gave him the manila envelope. "Delivery confirmation required." After he left, Eleanor raised an eyebrow. "That's kind of cold." So was taking my college fund. I checked my phone. 3 more missed calls. Besides, they need to understand what their choices cost, not just them, but me. 2 hours later, Mom called again. This time, I answered. $200,000? She was crying. "How could it be so much?" "You tell me. You're the ones who kept asking for it." "We were trying to help your sister." "No," I cut her off. "You were enabling a con artist and making me pay for it." "We'll pay you back," Dad said. He must have been on speaker. "Somehow we'll—" "With what money? The money Alyssa stole? The house you sold?" I took a deep breath. "I didn't send that accounting to demand repayment. I sent it so you'd understand why I'm done." "Done?" Mom's voice cracked. "What do you mean, done?" "I mean, I'm not bailing you out this time. I'm not offering my spare room, or my savings, or my emotional energy. I'm just done." "But we're your parents," Yes, you are. And I love you. I felt tears starting, but kept my voice steady. But love isn't a blank check. It's not an excuse for what you did to me, or what you let Alyssa do to others. Silence. The FBI wants us to testify, Dad said finally. Against our own daughter. She's not just your daughter. She's a criminal who hurt people. Lots of people. I wiped my eyes. And she'll keep hurting people if someone doesn't stop her. How did we not see it? Mom whispered. All those years. Because you didn't want to see it. And I couldn't make you. My phone buzzed with a text. A news alert. Spa scam suspect escapes custody during transport. I wasn't even surprised. I have to go, I told my parents. The police will probably want to talk to you again soon. Chloe, wait. I hung up and showed Eleanor the alert. Well, shit, she said. Think she'll try to contact them? Probably. She knows they're her weak spot. I pulled up my email and started composing a message to the FBI agent. But this time, they'll have to choose, help her hide or help catch her. And if they choose wrong? I hit send on the email, then poured the last of the wine. Then that's their choice, and their consequences. I raised my glass. To being done. Eleanor clinked her glass against mine. To being free. My phone buzzed one final time. A text from an unknown number. You should have minded your own business, sis. I blocked the number without replying. Whatever came next, it wasn't my problem anymore. I was finally, truly done. The morning sun streamed through my studio apartment windows as I sipped my coffee, enjoying the silence. No crisis calls, no family drama, just peace. My phone buzzed. Eleanor's daily check-in. Still alive? Still alive, I texted back. Still free. The news had been full of Alyssa's escape, but I'd stopped following it. My parents had chosen to cooperate with the FBI this time, finally understanding what their daughter really was. Last I heard, they were staying in a witness protection program until she was caught. My doorbell rang. A courier with a thick envelope. Sign here, he said. Inside was a letter from Vince's law firm. They'd recovered some of the stolen funds, not much, but enough to start paying back investors. And since I'd helped break the case, they were offering me a consulting position, helping other families spot similar investment scams. My phone rang. Eleanor. Have you seen the Reddit post? She asked without preamble. What Reddit post? Someone shared your story, the whole thing, from the family dynamics to the fraud. It's gone viral. People are calling it the Golden Child Con. I opened Reddit on my laptop. There it was. Thousands of comments, hundreds of awards. People sharing similar stories of family enablers, of siblings who could do no wrong, of parents who sacrificed everything for the wrong child. Check the top comment, Eleanor said. I scrolled up. The comment was from someone claiming to be another of Alyssa's victims. From Portland, when she was Marina. She didn't just steal my money, the comment read. She stole my identity. My whole life story became her backstory for the next con. But her sister helped me get justice. Now I'm helping others spot the signs. More comments followed, each telling similar stories. A pattern emerged, not just of Alyssa's cons, but of the family dynamics that made them possible. My doorbell rang again. This time it was Preston. Before you slam the door, he said quickly, I'm here to make things right. I crossed my arms. How? I've been working with the FBI, tracking the money trail. We found something. He handed me a USB drive. Account numbers, passwords, everything she stole, hidden in offshore accounts. Why give this to me? Because you were right. About everything. He shoved his hands in his pockets. And because my aunt lost her house because of me. Because I helped Alyssa hurt people. I took the drive. I'll give it to Vince's lawyers. There's something else. Preston pulled out his phone. An email sent from an internet cafe in Mexico this morning. Well, just read it. The email was from Alyssa. Tell my family I'm sorry, not for the cons. Those were beautiful, but for making it so obvious. Next time they won't even know it's me. She's still playing games, I said, deleting the email. But I'm not playing anymore. My phone buzzed. A text from Dad. The FBI found her, it's over. Then from Mom. We're coming home next week, can we talk? I stared at the messages, feeling the weight of expectation. They wanted forgiveness, reconciliation, a return to normal. But normal was what got us here. No, I typed back. I'm not ready. Maybe someday, but not now. I understand, Dad replied. We love you. This time the words didn't feel like a manipulation. They felt like goodbye. Preston was still hovering in my doorway. What are you going to do now? Live my life, I gestured to Vince's letter. Help other families avoid what happened to mine. Write my own story. And Alyssa? Is not my problem. I started closing the door. Neither are you. After he left, I opened my laptop again. The Reddit thread had grown, becoming a support group for people sharing their own stories of family enablers and golden children. You should post your side, Eleanor texted. Help people understand they're not alone. I looked around my peaceful studio, at the life I'd built for myself, free from chaos and manipulation, at the future stretching out before me, unlimited by others' expectations. Maybe I will, I replied. But first, I'm going to enjoy the silence. My phone buzzed one last time. An email from an anonymous account. Your story helped me leave my toxic family. Thank you. I smiled, feeling something settle in my chest. Not peace exactly, not forgiveness, but understanding. Sometimes the happiest ending isn't riding off into the sunset. Sometimes it's simply walking away, head held high, into a future you choose for yourself. I opened a new document and started typing. I always knew the other shoe would drop, but I didn't expect it to happen over Mom's mediocre pot roast. The story wasn't over, but this time I was writing it for myself.
The check trembled in my hands as I stared at the numbers. $38,000. Every penny I'd saved over the past 5 years, earmarked for my final attempt at IVF, my last chance at becoming a mother. My name is Roslyn, and I was about to make the biggest mistake of my life. Ha, honey, we wouldn't ask if it wasn't an emergency, Mom said, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. She'd shown up at my apartment an hour ago with Dad in tow, both of them looking desperate. The bank's giving us 3 days. 3 days before they take our home. I looked at Dad, slumped in my IKEA armchair, his face grey with what I thought was shame. Why didn't you tell me sooner? How much do you owe? It just happened so fast, he mumbled, not meeting my eyes. The payments kept piling up, and with the interest rates... 35,000, Mom cut in. Plus fees. We've tried everything, called everyone. You're our last hope, Roslyn. My stomach churned. The childhood home where I'd spent 25 years of my life, where I'd learned to ride a bike, had my first kiss, cried through 3 miscarriages. The thought of strangers living there made me sick. I have savings, I said slowly, but it's for... The baby thing? Mom's voice softened dangerously. Sweetheart, you're 37. Maybe it's time to accept that some things aren't meant to be. The familiar sting of her words made my eyes water. Regina, Dad warned, but she pressed on. I'm just being realistic. What's more important? A maybe baby or keeping your family home? Where will we live? Where will you come for holidays? I stood up, walking to my bedroom without a word. The lockbox was under my bed, containing everything I had. The inheritance from Grandma, every bonus check, 5 years of overtime shifts at the hospital. My phone buzzed. A text from Deborah. Everything okay? You missed coffee. I ignored it, returning to the living room with the check already filled out. Mom's eyes lit up in a way that should have warned me. You're saving us, she whispered, pulling me into a perfumed embrace. My good, sweet girl. Dad stood awkwardly. We'll pay you back, Roz. Every cent. When? I asked, still holding the check. Soon, Mom said quickly. Very soon. We have some investments that just need time to mature. I nodded, numb. I need you to sign something. For my records. Mom's smile flickered. Oh, honey, we're family. We don't need... Please, I said firmly. It's a lot of money. I grabbed a notepad, writing out a simple IOU with the date and amount. They both signed, Mom's signature flowing and elaborate, Dad's a shaky scrawl. We'll go straight to the bank, Mom said, tucking both papers into her designer purse, the one I'd questioned last Christmas when she claimed they were struggling. You've saved our home, darling. You've saved us. After they left, I sat in silence for a long time. My phone kept buzzing. Deborah again. Called the clinic. They said you cancelled next week's appointment. What's going on? I finally replied. Had to help my parents. Emergency with the house. Her response was immediate. Oh, honey, no. Call me. I didn't. Instead, I walked to my spare room, the one I dreamed would be a nursery. The walls were still white, waiting for purpose. I'd bought a small stuffed giraffe months ago, my first purchase for the baby I hoped to have. It sat on the windowsill, watching me with blank button eyes. Family comes first, I whispered to the empty room. Right? My phone rang again. This time it was Mom. Darling, the bank needs it in certified funds. Could you call them and arrange a wire transfer instead? It'll be faster. Sure, I said, my voice hollow. I'll do it now. You're an angel, she gushed. We're taking you to dinner next week to celebrate somewhere fancy. After hanging up, I called my bank and arranged the transfer. With each number I typed, I felt my dream slipping away. But family was family. They'd raised me, supported me through the miscarriages, even if Mom said I was obsessing, given me a home when Camden left. I owed them this. The transfer confirmed with a cheerful ding. I deleted the fertility clinic from my contacts and unfollowed the IVF support groups on Facebook. Time to be realistic, like Mom said. That night, I dreamed of a little girl with my eyes, fading away like smoke. I woke up crying, but told myself it was for the best. I had no idea that in exactly 7 days, I'd discovered just how wrong I was. I was eating lunch at my desk when the Facebook notification popped up. Regina tagged you in a post. My sandwich stopped halfway to my mouth as I clicked the link. The photo loaded, and my world imploded. There they were, my parents, grinning on the deck of a luxury cruise ship. Mom in a flowing designer caftan, Dad in crisp linen, both holding champagne flutes against a backdrop of pristine ocean. The caption read, Living our best life. Mediterranean cruise, first stop Monaco. Blessed-cruise life. Living the dream. Posted 3 hours ago, 6 days after they'd sat in my apartment crying about losing their house. No, I whispered, dropping my sandwich. No, no, no. My hands shaking, I scrolled through Mom's profile. More photos appeared. Them boarding the ship 4 days ago. A video of their gorgeous suite with private balcony. Mom getting a massage at the ship's spa. Dad at a wine tasting. The cost of their suite alone, clearly visible in one boasting photo, was $22,000. My IVF money. My baby money. They'd used it for a luxury vacation. Roslyn? Tyrell from the next cubicle leaned over. You okay? You look like you're about to pass out. I couldn't speak. Just turned my monitor so he could see. Aren't those your parents? The ones who needed... His voice trailed off as he read the dates. Oh, shit. My phone was in my hand before I knew what I was doing. Mom's number rang 4 times before going to voicemail. I tried Dad. Straight to voicemail. A text popped up from Mom. Can't talk now, darling. In the middle of a lovely excursion in Monte Carlo. I typed back with trembling fingers. You told me you needed the money for the house. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Don't be dramatic, sweetheart. We did need it. We needed this break. Your father's been so stressed. The house is fine. We worked something out. You always overthink everything. The rage that swept through me was unlike anything I'd ever felt. I called again. This time she answered. Roslyn, really, this isn't a good time. You lied to me. My voice cracked. You sat in my apartment and cried about losing the house. You took my IVF money for a cruise. Lower your voice, she hissed. We deserve this happiness. Do you know how hard it's been watching you throw money away on this baby obsession? We did you a favor. A favor? I was screaming now. Tyrell touched my shoulder, but I shrugged him off. You stole from me. That was my money. We're your parents, she said coldly. Everything you have is because of us. Now, I need to go. We have dinner reservations at... I hung up, opened my laptop. With shaking hands, I searched the county property records. No foreclosure notice, no bank proceedings, nothing. They'd planned this. They'd planned all of it. My phone buzzed. Deborah. Why is your mom posting cruise photos? Wasn't that money for... They lied. I cut in, my voice dead. About everything. The house was never in danger. They just wanted a vacation. Silence. Then, get your coat. Meet me at my office in 20 minutes. What? I'm calling in sick to the firm. This is fraud, Roz. Straight up criminal fraud. We're going to need that IOU they signed. Any texts, emails, everything. They're my parents, I whispered. They're criminals who stole your future. Deborah snapped. And I'm not letting them get away with it. 20 minutes. Bring everything. I looked at my computer screen. Mom had posted another photo. Her and Dad in designer clothes at a French restaurant. Plates of food that cost more than I made in a day. The caption. Living like royalty. We deserve this. Blessed. Something cold and hard crystallized in my chest. Tyrell, I said quietly, can you tell management I'm taking the rest of the day? Family emergency. He squeezed my shoulder. Take tomorrow, too. And Roz? Make them pay. I gathered my things, downloaded every photo, every message, screenshotted the property records showing no foreclosure threat. As I walked to my car, another text from Mom. Don't be selfish, darling. Parents sacrifice everything for their children. It's time you gave something back. I stared at those words until they burned into my brain. Then I typed back. You're right, Mom. Parents do sacrifice everything for their children. Remember that when you get home. I turned my phone off and drove to Deborah's office, my mind already spinning with possibilities. They thought they'd gotten away with it. They had no idea what was coming. Holy shit, Deborah whispered, spreading the papers across her desk. This goes way deeper than the cruise money. I'd spent the morning digging through old boxes in my storage unit, finding financial documents I'd forgotten existed. Credit card statements, loan applications, tax forms, each one a new betrayal. Look at this, she said. holding up a credit card statement from 10 years ago. They opened this card in your name when you were 27, used it to remodel their kitchen. I never knew about that card, because they forged your signature. Deborah grabbed a highlighter. And here, they took out a personal loan using your information as a co-signer in 2019. Did you know about that? My head spun. No. That was during my second miscarriage. I was barely functioning. They knew exactly when to do it. She started making piles. Identity theft, fraud, financial abuse. Roz, this is criminal. My phone buzzed. A text from my sister Willow. Mom says you're threatening to sue them. What's wrong with you? I showed Deborah the message. She snorted. Call her. Put it on speaker. Willow answered on the first ring. Have you lost your mind? Did you know about the cruise? I asked. Of course I knew. They deserved a vacation after everything they've done for us. Everything they've done? My laugh sounded hysterical. Willow, they stole my IVF money. They lied about losing the house. Oh, please, she scoffed. Like that IVF was going to work anyway. You need to let that go. Deborah's eyes widened in outrage, but I pressed on. What about your college fund? Remember how it mysteriously disappeared? Silence. They told you the market crashed, I continued, but I found the withdrawal slips. They took it for their 20th anniversary trip to Hawaii. That's different, Willow stammered. They needed... Check your credit report, I cut in. Right now, while I'm on the phone. I heard keyboard clicking, more silence, then a sharp intake of breath. There must be some mistake. I never took out a boat loan. No, I said quietly. Mom and Dad did, using your information, just like they did to me. The line went dead. Deborah was already typing. We need to move fast. They'll be back from their cruise in 3 days. I'm filing for an emergency injunction to freeze their assets. My phone buzzed again. An email this time, from a name I hadn't seen in 2 years. Camden? I breathed. Your ex? Deborah looked up. The one who bailed during your IVF treatments? I opened the email. Roz, I saw your mum's cruise photos and remembered how you talked about saving for IVF. I'm so sorry. This isn't right. If you need someone to corroborate their history of financial manipulation, I have emails from when they tried to get me to invest in their timeshare scheme. Call me if you need them. Cam. Delete it, Deborah said firmly. He doesn't get to play hero now. She was right. I deleted the email, but something else caught my eye. A Facebook message from Dad's sister, my Aunt Sarah. Finally, someone's standing up to them. They pulled the same house scam on me last year. Said they needed $20,000 or they'd lose everything. I gave them my retirement money. 2 weeks later, they bought a new car. My hands started shaking. How many others? Let's find out. Deborah cracked her knuckles. Start calling relatives. I'll draft the legal notice. And Roz, we should look into their insurance claims too. People who commit fraud rarely stop at one type. I nodded, pulling up my contacts, but before I could start calling, another text came through. From Mom. Just had the most divine caviar tasting. Darling, when we get back, we simply must discuss your attitude. This vindictive behavior isn't attractive. No wonder you can't keep a man. Speaking of which, we used just a tiny bit more of the money than planned, but you'll understand when you see our photos. The cruise photographer is simply magnificent. Deborah read over my shoulder. Please tell me you're saving all of these. Every single one. Good. She handed me a legal pad. Start writing down everything you remember. Every lie, every manipulation, every guilt trip. We're not just going to get your money back. She smiled grimly. We're going to make sure everyone knows exactly who they are. I started writing, years of suppressed memories flooding back. The missed rent when they borrowed my paycheck. The maxed-out credit cards I didn't know existed. The college fund that vanished. They're not going to stop, I realized. Even after this cruise, they'll never stop. No, Deborah agreed. Not unless someone makes them. I gripped my pen tighter and kept writing. The time for being a good daughter was over. Now it was time for justice. The legal notice landed the day my parents returned from their cruise. I knew the exact moment they received it because my phone exploded. 17 missed calls, 28 text messages, 3 voicemails. You ungrateful little... Mom's first voicemail cut off mid-screech. Second voicemail. We raised you better than this, after everything we've done. Third voicemail. Dad, this time. Princess, please, we can talk about this. Your mother's having chest pains. They're going with the health card already, Deborah said when I played them for her. That's faster than I expected. My phone rang again. Mom. Answer it, Deborah instructed, hitting record on her desk device. Let her talk. I took a deep breath and pressed accept. Hello? How dare you? Mom's voice could have shattered glass. We're your parents. You can't sue your own parents. You stole from me. We borrowed money. That's what family does. You lied about the house being in foreclosure, I said, keeping my voice steady like Deborah had coached. You used my IVF money for a luxury cruise, because you were never going to use it anyway, Mom snapped. You think we don't know about your last 3 failed attempts? You're wasting your life on this baby obsession when you should be. So, you admit you knew exactly what the money was for? Silence. Then, don't you dare try your legal tricks on me, young lady. I'm your mother. A mother who committed fraud. We signed your little IOU, didn't we? If we needed a vacation more than you needed another disappointment, that's our business. Deborah's eyes lit up. She scribbled frantically. Keep her talking about the money. You spent $40,000 on a cruise, I said. The house was never in danger, was it? Of course it wasn't. We've lived here 30 years. Did you really think the bank would foreclose over a few late payments? Honestly, Roslyn, you're so naive. Deborah gave me a thumbs up. And the credit cards you opened in my name? I pressed. The loans? Oh, stop being dramatic. Every parent does that. How else are we supposed to maintain our lifestyle? Besides, your credit score recovered eventually. I felt sick. You know that's illegal, right? Please, Mom scoffed. We're family. The law doesn't apply to family. Now, I'm going to give you one chance to drop this ridiculous lawsuit before... A call beeped through. The cruise line's legal department. I have to go, I said. Don't you dare hang up on... I switched lines. Hello? Ms. Elliot, this is Marcus from Royal Ocean's legal team. We understand there's a situation with your parents' recent voyage. 2 hours later, I had copies of every receipt, every charge, every excursion they'd booked. Total damage, $42,147. They upgraded everything, Marcus explained. Specialty restaurants, premium drinks package, private tours. Said it was their last hurrah, whatever that means. After hanging up, I checked my email. 3 new messages. From Dad. Please call us. We can explain everything. From Willow. My credit score is ruined. What else haven't they told me? From the cruise line's fraud department. We're launching an internal investigation regarding possible insurance fraud related to your parents' claims of lost jewelry during their voyage. Bingo, Deborah said, reading over my shoulder. Want to bet that lost jewelry shows up on your mom's Facebook soon? My phone buzzed again. A text from Mom. If you don't drop this now, we're telling everyone about your mental breakdown after the miscarriage. How you almost got committed. Think about your reputation, darling. I showed Deborah. That's it, she said, grabbing her phone. We're not playing nice anymore. I'm calling in a favor at the DA's office, Financial Crimes Division. They're really going to do this, I whispered. They're going to try to destroy me to save themselves. Let them try. Deborah started dialing. We have evidence. They have threats and guilt trips. Game over. Another text from Mom. Final warning. Drop the lawsuit or everyone finds out what really happened with Camden. Your choice. I stared at the threat. Something cold and hard settling in my chest. They thought they could shame me into silence. Again. But I wasn't that scared little girl anymore. I typed back. Go ahead. Tell everyone. I'll be busy showing the DA your confession about the credit card fraud. Mom's response was immediate. You wouldn't dare. We're family. I looked at Deborah, who was already talking to someone at the DA's office, at the stack of evidence on her desk, at the cruise photos still flooding my Facebook feed. Watch me, I texted back and turned off my phone. The war had officially begun. Are you sure about this? Deborah asked, watching me type. Once you post it, there's no going back. I nodded, fingers hovering over the keyboard. After 3 days of threats and manipulation attempts, it was time. I'd spent hours crafting the Reddit post, making sure every detail was accurate, every claim backed by evidence. Title: My parents stole my IVF savings for a luxury cruise, then bragged about it on social media. I attached the screenshots, Mom's cruise photos, the fake foreclosure story, the recorded admission about never using it anyway, the credit card statements. Everything. Post it, I said, and clicked submit. Within an hour, it hit the front page. Holy shit, Tyrell said, staring at his phone during lunch break. You're trending. There's already thousands of comments. My inbox was flooding. People sharing similar stories, offering legal advice, some even wanting to donate to my IVF fund. Then came the message I'd been waiting for. Hi, I'm a reporter with the Daily Post. Would you be willing to discuss your story on record? Mom's first inkling, something was wrong, came from her bridge club. Regina, is that your cruise on Reddit? The one about the stolen IVF money? I knew because she called, screaming. Take it down. People are commenting on my Facebook. My friends are asking questions. Are they? I kept my voice calm. Maybe you can explain to them why you needed that emergency vacation so badly. You vindictive little... She choked. Your father can't sleep. Is that what you wanted? I wanted a baby. Oh, for God's sake, you're 37! If you haven't managed to keep a man by now... Check Reddit again. I cut in. I just uploaded the recording of you admitting to credit card fraud. She hung up. Minutes later, Willow called. Mom's hysterical. Dad's talking about moving to Florida. What did you do? Truth hurts, doesn't it? They're our parents, Roz. Check your credit report lately. Silence. Then, the boat loan wasn't the only thing, was it? No, it wasn't. More silence. I have to go. My credit monitoring app just sent an alert. The reporter called that afternoon. We met at a coffee shop where I laid out everything. The fraud, the manipulation, the years of financial abuse. And you have documentation for all of this? She asked. I handed her a folder. Every screenshot, every recording, every fraudulent account. Including the insurance claims? I smiled. Especially those. The story broke the next morning. Social media parents accused of systematic fraud splashed across local news sites. Mom's cruise photos featured prominently, now with very different captions. My phone rang. Camden. Don't answer it, Deborah warned. I did anyway. What? I saw the article, he said, and the Reddit post. Jesus, Roz, I had no idea how bad it was. Really? Because you knew enough to leave when things got tough? I was wrong, he said quietly. I should have stayed, helped you fight them. Yes, you should have. Maybe we could. Goodbye, Camden. I hung up as another email arrived. From the cruise line's fraud department. After reviewing your evidence, we're pressing charges regarding the false insurance claims. Your parents claimed $18,000 in lost jewelry that was later photographed being worn at dinner. I forwarded it to Deborah, who texted back, Perfect. DA's office wants to meet tomorrow. My Reddit inbox kept growing. Thousands of comments, hundreds of messages, people sharing their own stories of parental financial abuse. Then came Mom's final attempt at damage control. A Facebook post to address the vicious rumors. Yes, we took a cruise. Yes, we used money our daughter offered us. She's twisting a beautiful family moment into something ugly because she's bitter about her personal problems. Please respect our privacy during this difficult time. The comments were brutal. We all saw you admit to fraud on Reddit. What about the credit card theft? Return her IVF money. Worst parents ever. One by one, her friends began unfriending her. The bridge club cancelled her membership. Dad's golf buddies stopped returning calls. Their carefully curated social world was crumbling. Your mother's in bed with migraines. Dad texted. Are you happy now? I stared at his message, thinking of all the times I'd been in bed, crying over lost babies and stolen dreams, all the times they'd taken and taken and taken. No, I replied, but I'm free. Then I opened my email to find another message from the reporter. Follow-up story tomorrow. Found 3 more families they scammed with the same foreclosure story. Want to comment? I smiled and started typing. The truth was just getting started. The process server caught them during their weekly dinner party. I wasn't there, but their neighbor, Mrs. Peterson, recorded the whole thing on her phone and sent it to me. Regina and Michael. The server's voice was clear in the video. You've been served. Mom's face went from polite confusion to horror as she read the documents. Her wine glass slipped from her hand, shattering on their precious hardwood floors. What's happening? One of their dinner guests asked. Nothing. Mom tried to shove the papers into her pocket, but Dad was already reading his copy out loud. Civil suit, financial fraud, criminal charges pending. His voice cracked. Insurance fraud? The video ended with their guests awkwardly gathering their coats. It's beautiful, Deborah said, watching it for the 3rd time. But that's not even the best part. Show her, Tyrell. Tyrell, who'd become our unofficial social media monitor, pulled up a document on his laptop. Your parents took out a second mortgage on the house 3 years ago. Never told anyone. What? They've been living on borrowed money for years, he explained. The cruise was just the tip of the iceberg. They're underwater on everything. My phone buzzed. A text from Willow.
Did you know about the second mortgage? They used my name as a co-signer. I never signed anything. And there it is, Deborah said. The final nail. I had to see it for myself. I drove to my childhood home for the first time in months, parking across the street. The perfectly manicured lawn seemed smaller. The impressive facade felt like a movie set. All show, no substance. Mom spotted me through the window. She rushed out, still wearing her dinner party dress. "You've ruined us!" she shrieked. "Are you happy? Everyone's cancelled our dinner invitations. The country club is reviewing our membership." "Where's Dad?" "Hiding in his study, looking at retirement homes in Florida. We can't show our faces here anymore." "How many people's money did you take?" She straightened, trying to gather her dignity. "We borrowed from people who could afford it." "Like Aunt Sarah? Her retirement savings?" "She offered." "After you told her you were losing the house?" I stepped closer. "The house you'd already mortgaged under Willow's name." Something flickered in her eyes. "You don't understand," she whispered. "We had to maintain appearances. Your father's golf membership, my charity committees. We couldn't let people know we were struggling." "So you stole from your own children?" "We gave you everything." She was crying now, but I'd learned those tears were as fake as everything else. The best schools, the nicest clothes. "On credit cards you opened in my name. You ungrateful little—" She stopped, noticing Mrs. Peterson watching from next door. "Come inside. We can discuss this privately." "No." I looked up at my old bedroom window. "I had my third miscarriage in that room. Remember? You told me to get over it and asked to borrow money for your spa weekend." "That's not fair. I was trying to help you move on." "By stealing my chance to try again?" Dad appeared in the doorway, looking ancient. "Princess, please. We can fix this." "How?" "The money's gone. The cruise, the shopping, the fancy dinners." I gestured at Mom's designer dress. "You spent it all." "We'll pay you back," he stammered. "Somehow." "With what? The house you don't own? The retirement account you emptied?" Mom's face turned ugly. "You think you're so clever. Wait until people hear about your mental problems, your failed relationships, how you drove Camden away with your baby obsession. Go ahead," I said quietly. "Tell them. Show everyone exactly who you are." My phone buzzed, the reporter again. "Insurance fraud investigation expanding. Multiple claims over past decade. Comment?" I showed Mom the message. All the color drained from her face. "You can't," she whispered. I already did. I turned to leave, then stopped. "Oh, and Mom, those jewelry pieces you reported stolen on the cruise, the ones you're wearing right now, the insurance investigators would like them back." She clutched her necklace, the one she'd claimed was lost at sea. But they were gifts. "From money you stole." I got in my car. "The DA will be in touch." As I drove away, I watched in my rearview mirror as their perfect facade crumbled. Mom sank to her knees on the front lawn, not caring who saw. Dad stood in the doorway, lost and small. My phone buzzed one last time, a message from Deborah. "DA wants to meet tomorrow. They found something big. You ready?" I thought of the little girl I'd been, always trying to please them, always believing their lies, always giving more. "Ready." I texted back. It was time to take everything back. The small claims courtroom was packed. My Reddit post had gone viral enough that local news showed up, but the judge banned cameras. Mom and Dad sat on the opposite side, looking deflated in off-the-rack clothes, a far cry from their cruise photos. "All rise!" the bailiff called. Judge Martinez took one look at the file and sighed. Quite a story we have here. Mom's new lawyer, a tired-looking man with a crooked tie, stood up. Your Honor, this is a simple family dispute that's been blown out of proportion. $42,000 is not a simple dispute. The judge cut in. Neither is identity theft, insurance fraud, or filing false police reports. She looked at my parents. Would you like to explain why you claimed jewelry as stolen that you were photographed wearing 2 days later? Mom burst into tears. Your Honor, we've been humiliated enough. Our daughter has turned the whole community against us with her internet lies. Screenshots aren't lies, I said quietly. The judge held up the IOU. You admitted in writing this money was for preventing a foreclosure. Bank records show no foreclosure proceedings existed. Instead, you spent it on a luxury cruise. Correct? Dad stood up. Your Honor, we meant to pay it back. With what funds, sir? Your accounts are empty. You have 2 mortgages, one apparently obtained through identity theft, using your other daughter's information. The DA's office is very interested in that, by the way. Mom's lawyer tried again. We're prepared to offer a payment plan. They can't pay, Deborah interrupted. They've already filed for bankruptcy to avoid their other debts. That's why we're requesting a lien on their future income and assets. The judge nodded. Given the overwhelming evidence of fraud, I'm granting the plaintiff's request for full repayment, plus damages. Total judgment, $58,000. We don't have it! Mom shrieked. She's destroying our lives over a stupid cruise! No, the judge said sharply. You destroyed your lives through systematic fraud. This judgment will follow you until it's paid. Every tax return, every paycheck, every asset will be subject to garnishment. She turned to me. Ms. Elliott, the criminal proceedings will be handled separately. Do you wish to make a statement? I stood up, my hands shaking. They told me the money was for saving their home. I gave them everything I had. Money I'd saved for IVF, for a chance at having a child. They knew exactly what they were taking. They just didn't care. That's not true. Mom stood up. We were trying to help her. She's obsessed with having a baby. She needed an intervention. The judge's eyes narrowed. By stealing her money for a cruise? We deserved that cruise. After everything we've done for her. Mrs. Elliott, the judge cut in. I suggest you stop talking before you incriminate yourself further. This court finds in favor of the plaintiff. You have 30 days to appeal, though given the evidence I wouldn't bother. As we left the courtroom, Mom grabbed my arm. You're barren because you're bitter, she hissed. No child deserves you as a mother. I pulled away, her words hitting like physical blows, but before I could respond, another voice cut in. Let her go, Regina. Willow stood in the hallway, holding a stack of papers. Honey! Mom's face lit up. You came to support us. No. Willow's voice was ice. I came to give you these. She handed them the papers. My lawyer found 6 different accounts you opened in my name. I'm pressing charges too. Mom staggered back. You can't. We're your parents. Not anymore. As they watched their golden child walk away, something finally broke in them. Dad aged 10 years in 10 seconds. Mom's carefully maintained facade cracked completely. We did everything for you girls, she whispered. No, I said. You did everything for yourselves. Outside the courthouse, a small crowd had gathered. My Reddit post had resonated with too many people who'd experienced similar abuse. They held signs. Pay it back. And justice for stolen dreams. My phone buzzed. A message from a woman named Sarah. Your story inspired me to check my aging parents' accounts. Found out they've been stealing from my college fund for my kids. Thank you for being brave enough to fight back. Then another message, this one from an anonymous donor. I read your story. My wife and I struggled with IVF too. We'd like to help. Check your PayPal. I looked at the notification. $25,000 had been transferred to my account. Oh my God, I whispered. Deborah squeezed my shoulder. See, sometimes karma works in reverse. I stared at the amount, tears blurring my vision. It wasn't everything I'd lost, but it was hope. A new start. What now? Deborah asked. I watched my parents shuffle to their old car, broken but still not sorry, still not understanding what they'd done wrong. Now, I said, I build something better, something true. The future I deserved was waiting, and this time no one could steal it. The key clicked in my new apartment's lock. My apartment, my space, my rules. Last box, Tyrell announced, setting it down in the kitchen. Though I still think you should have kept the giraffe. New start, I said, but pulled the stuffed animal from my purse anyway. Okay, maybe just this one thing. My phone buzzed. A text from Willow. They're really gone. Moved to Florida this morning. Dad left his golf clubs behind. I set the giraffe on my windowsill and typed back. You okay? Getting there. Hey, got my first therapy appointment tomorrow. Thanks for the recommendation. Deborah arrived with takeout and a bottle of wine. Housewarming time. Also, you might want to check your email. The DA sent something interesting. I pulled up my inbox. The subject line read, Urgent. Insurance fraud investigation. Multiple counts. They found 7 different false claims, Deborah explained, pouring wine. Jewelry, electronics, even a fake flood. Your parents are looking at serious charges. Good. The word came out harder than I expected. My phone lit up. Camden. Still? Deborah rolled her eyes. It's been weeks. I declined the call and checked his voicemail. Roz, please. I know I messed up leaving during the IVF, but seeing how strong you've been, fighting your parents, I miss you. I miss us. Delete. You know what I don't miss, I said, grabbing a slice of pizza, feeling like I owe everyone everything. The donor money sat untouched in my account. After the court case went viral, more people had contributed. The total now stood at $41,000, almost exactly what my parents had stolen. Have you decided? Tyrell asked quietly. About the IVF? I touched my giraffe. I made an appointment. Next week. Just to talk options. Whatever you decide, Deborah said. It'll be your choice. No one else's. My laptop pinged. A new comment on my Reddit update. Your story helped me stand up to my financially abusive parents. First time in 40 years. Thank you. Then another. Just checked my credit report like you suggested. Found out my mom opened 3 cards in my name. Filing charges tomorrow. And another. Currently in court with my parents over stolen inheritance. Your posts gave me strength. The doorbell rang. A delivery man held out a package. Special delivery for Roslyn? Inside was a small box and a note. From one IVF warrior to another. Never give up. Sarah. The box contained a delicate silver necklace with a small star pendant. My phone buzzed again. Mom's number. Don't, Deborah warned. I answered on speaker. What? The DA called. Her voice was small, defeated. They're pressing charges, multiple felonies. Your father might go to jail. That's what happens when you commit fraud. We are your parents. You can stop this. Just tell them you don't want to press charges. Like you stopped when I begged you not to take my IVF money? Silence. Goodbye, Mom. I hung up and blocked the number. You okay? Tyrell asked. I looked around my new apartment. No fancy furniture, no designer labels, no lies. Just space to breathe, to heal, to grow. I have something for you, Deborah said, pulling out an envelope. Your sister found it in their house before they left. Inside was a photo. Me at 6 years old, holding a baby doll, beaming at the camera. Pure joy before they taught me that love came with price tags and conditions. You know what I see? Deborah pointed at little me. That maternal instinct was always there, and no one can steal that from you. My phone lit up with a text from the fertility clinic. Confirming your consultation next Tuesday at 2 p.m. We look forward to discussing your options. I picked up my giraffe, running my fingers over its soft ears. They took everything I had, I said quietly. My savings, my trust, my sense of family. And look what you built instead. Tyrell gestured around. Real friends, real support, real strength. A real future, Deborah added. I placed the giraffe in my new bedroom, right where I could see it from my bed. Maybe someday it would belong to my child. Maybe it wouldn't. But, for the first time, that decision felt like mine alone. My phone buzzed one last time. A final email from Dad. We're sorry. Not for what we did, but for getting caught. I guess that's the problem. We'll never understand what we did wrong, but you turned out right despite us, not because of us. Goodbye, Princess. I deleted it without responding. Some relationships aren't meant to be fixed. Some breaks are permanent. And sometimes that's exactly as it should be. I had built something better, not for them, for me. And that was everything.
The notification pinged while I was transferring another $1,000 to my parents' account. Just a quick Instagram story from my sister London. Nothing unusual there. Except this time the image made my finger freeze mid-scroll. Her perfectly manicured hand draped over the steering wheel of a brand new Mercedes convertible. My name is Patricia, and I've spent the last decade being the responsible daughter. The one who sends money home every month for my parents' supposed medical bills, mortgage payments, and endless emergencies. I'm 32, living in a modest one-bedroom apartment, driving a 12-year-old Honda, and postponing my dreams of starting my own business, all because family comes first, right? Pat, you won't believe what just happened. Heidi's voice crackled through my phone speaker. I barely heard her. My trembling fingers were tapping through London's Instagram stories, each one worse than the last. Hold on, Heidi, I whispered. I need you to look at something. A designer shopping hall in Paris, a beachfront villa in Greece, weekend trips to Milan. Each post tagged with bar blessed and thankful for parents. What am I looking at? Heidi asked after I shared the screen. My sister's Instagram. The sister whose art supplies I've been helping to fund. The same sister whose basic living expenses in Europe I've been supporting through Mom and Dad. Because, and I quote, she's pursuing her passion but struggling to make ends meet. Oh my God, Heidi breathed. How long has this been going on? I scrolled back through the feed. 6 months of luxury posts. 6 months of my parents calling me in tears about medical bills and mortgage payments. 6 months of me eating ramen for dinner so I could send them extra money. My phone buzzed. Mom calling. I put it on speaker. Patricia, sweetheart, her voice wavered with practiced fragility. Your father's medication costs went up again, and we're a little short this month. How much, Mum? I kept my voice steady, even as my hand clenched around my phone. Just 2,000. I hate asking, but you know how these things are. Through the speaker, I heard the distinct clink of ice in a glass. The The same sound from all those emergency video calls where they sat in their darkened living room, telling me about their financial struggles. Except now I noticed the designer lamp in the background, the new artwork on their walls. Of course, Mom. Family helps family, right? My voice didn't even shake. By the way, how's London doing? Still struggling with her art? A pause. Too long. Oh, you know your sister. Always finding her way. I opened London's latest post, time-stamped 2 hours ago. Off to Florence for a private showing. Mom and Dad are the best sponsors an artist could ask for. Actually, Mom, it looks like she's doing great. The Mercedes suits her. The sharp intake of breath on the other end was all I needed to hear. Patricia, we can explain. No need. I cut her off, my voice arctic. The Instagram posts explain plenty. I'll send the money. Wouldn't want London to miss her art showing. I hung up before she could respond. My hands were shaking as I opened my banking app. 7 years of transfers, hundreds of thousands of dollars. All those nights I worked overtime, all those vacations I never took, all those dreams I put on hold. My phone lit up with a text from London. OMG, sis! Mum said you're helping with my Florence trip. You're the best. Love you. I stared at the message until the words blurred. Then I opened Excel and created a new spreadsheet. At the top I typed, the price of being the good daughter. Heidi? I picked up my phone again. Remember that lawyer friend of yours you mentioned? The one who specialises in family fraud cases? I need his number. I'll do better than that, Heidi replied. I'll set up a meeting for tomorrow. Pat, what are you going to do? I looked at my sister's smiling face in her latest post, at my parents' number still lighting up my phone, at my sad little apartment that I'd kept because every spare dollar went to them. I'm going to show them exactly what happens when you mistake kindness for weakness. The next notification was another text from London. Shopping for the perfect outfit for Florence. Think Mom and Dad will help me get the Gucci dress? I smiled as I typed my response. Don't worry, sis. You'll get exactly what you deserve. My phone rang at exactly 7:30 p.m., right on schedule for my parents' weekly guilt trip. I let it ring twice, using those seconds to steady my breathing, before answering. Patricia! Mom's voice dripped with excitement. We have the most wonderful news. I pressed my phone against my ear, curled up in my worn office chair, and waited. The same chair I'd been sitting in for countless late-night freelance projects, earning extra money for their emergencies. London got accepted into the Florence Art Institute. It's one of the most prestigious programs in Europe. Dad jumped in, his voice carrying that familiar nervous energy. The opportunity of a lifetime, really. They only accept 30 students worldwide. That's amazing, I said, keeping my voice neutral. Must be expensive. A pause. I could practically hear them exchanging glances through the phone. Well, yes, Mom began carefully. About that, we're in a bit of a situation, aren't we always? The words slipped out before I could stop them. Patricia, Dad's voice took on that wounded tone I'd heard so many times before. You know we wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. This could change your sister's entire future. I opened my laptop, pulling up the spreadsheet I'd been working on all week. How much? 18,000, Mom said quickly, like ripping off a Band-Aid. For the first semester. I typed the number into my spreadsheet right below the total I'd already sent them, 286,743 over 7 years. That's a lot, I said. We know it's asking a lot, sweetheart, Mom's voice softened. But London's work is finally being recognised. Did you see the pieces she posted on Instagram? The gallery owner in Rome said, "The one from her show at the Villa Borghese," I interrupted, "in her new Gucci dress." Another pause, longer this time. "Oh, you saw that?" Mom's voice wavered slightly. "That was a special occasion. London needed to make the right impression." "Right," I said, scrolling through my bank statements. Just like the Mercedes was for networking and the Greek villa was for artistic inspiration. Patricia, Dad cut in sharply, what exactly are you implying? Nothing. I kept my voice light, just trying to understand how my struggling artist sister can afford luxury cars and designer clothes while you need my help with basic medical bills. It's complicated, Mom began, but I wasn't finished. Actually, I have some questions about those medical bills. I requested copies from your insurance company. You did what? Dad's voice rose. Since I've been paying them, I thought I should have records. Funny thing, they show most of your expenses were covered. In fact, they show you haven't had any major medical expenses in the past 5 years. The silence on the other end was deafening. Patricia, Mum's voice had lost its warmth. This isn't like you questioning family like this. You're right, I agreed. The old Patricia wouldn't question anything. She'd transfer the money right now, no matter what it cost her. But I've been doing some math, Mom. Would you like to know what I found? We don't have to discuss this now. The money I've sent you over the years, it's enough for a house down payment. It's enough to start the business I've dreamed of. It's enough for London's luxury lifestyle in Europe. Interesting how that worked out, isn't it? If you're jealous of your sister, Dad started. I laughed, and the sound surprised even me. Jealous? No, I'm awake. Finally. So you won't help? Mum's voice turned cold. You'll let your sister lose this opportunity. I looked at the photo frame on my desk. Me at college graduation, bright-eyed and ambitious, before the years of family emergencies ground those ambitions to dust. I'll think about it, I said carefully. Send me the program details. I'll let you know by tomorrow. I hung up before they could respond. My hands were shaking as I opened a new email and began typing. To titus.stanleylawfirm.com. Subject: financial fraud consultation attachment. Barnes Honjar family transactions.xlsx. Dear Mr. Stanley, Heidi Griffin gave me your contact information. I need legal advice regarding systematic financial exploitation by family members. I've attached 7 years of documented transfers and evidence of misrepresentation. I'm ready to take action. Regards, Patricia. My phone buzzed with a text from London. Mum said you're being weird about the Florence thing. Don't be such a buzzkill, sis. I added the text screenshot to my evidence folder and named it Exhibit A, The Last Straw. They played me, didn't they? I pushed my untouched coffee across Heidi's kitchen table, spreading bank statements between us like tarot cards, telling a future I didn't want to see. Played you? Heidi snorted, sorting through the papers. Honey, they straight up scammed you. Look at this, $3,000 for emergency dental work in March. Same week your mum posted about their Napa Valley wine tour. Keep going, I said, pulling up my phone's notes. I've started tracking the patterns. Heidi grabbed another stack of statements. $5,000 for property taxes in June, while London was posting yacht pictures in Monaco. $4,000 for car repairs in August, right when she got that Mercedes. My phone buzzed. Another text from Mom. Patricia, please call us. We need to discuss London's tuition payment timeline. Block them, Heidi said firmly, reaching for her laptop. At least until we finish this audit. Now, let me show you something interesting. She pulled up London's Instagram profile on her computer. I work in digital marketing, remember? There's a tool we use to analyse influencer accounts. Watch this. A dashboard appeared showing London's posting patterns, engagement rates and tagged locations. See these sponsored posts? Heidi pointed to several luxury hotel tags. Your sister's been getting paid for promotional content. These deals typically range from $5,000 to $10,000 per post. I felt the blood drain from my face. So while they were begging me for money, she was making it, a lot of it. Heidi's fingers flew across the keyboard. Based on these metrics, I'd estimate she's pulled in at least $100,000 from social media alone this year. The doorbell rang, making us both jump. Heidi checked her security camera feed. Right on time, she smiled. That's Titus. The man who walked in carried a leather briefcase and radiated controlled anger. He took one look at the papers spread across the table and set his jaw. "Heidi filled me in," he said, pulling up a chair. "But seeing these numbers, this is worse than I thought." "Can anything be done?" I asked. Titus pulled out a legal pad. "Oh, we're going to do plenty. First, tell me everything. Start with the first time they asked for money. For the next hour, I walked them through 7 years of manipulation. Every tearful phone call, every guilt trip, every promise of repayment that never came. Here's what we're dealing with," Titus said finally, tapping his notes. "Financial exploitation, fraudulent misrepresentation, and possible identity theft if they used your information for any loans. Plus, there's a paper trail showing systematic transfer of your funds to support your sister's lifestyle under false pretenses." "Identity theft?" I echoed. "Check your credit report," he advised. "People who do this often escalate to opening accounts in family members' names." Heidi was already pulling up the credit monitoring site. My hands shook as I logged in. "Oh, God," I whispered, staring at the screen. "There's a student loan, $10,000. I never signed for this." Titus leaned forward. "That's a federal crime. When was this opened?" 3 months ago, right when London started that art program in Rome." "Perfect," Titus smiled grimly. "That gives us leverage. Here's what we're going to do." He outlined a plan that made my stomach clench but my spine straighten. Legal notices, police reports, formal demands for repayment, a complete severance of financial ties. "But first," he said, "we document everything, every transfer, every text, every social media post that proves the money trail. We build a case so solid they can't wiggle out of it." My phone buzzed again. Dad this time. "Your mother's crying because of how you're acting. Is this how we raised you?" Heidi saw my face and grabbed my phone. She typed a response. "Patricia is unavailable. All future communication should go through her legal representative." "Send that," I nodded. "I'm done being their ATM." "One more thing," Titus added, pulling out a business card. "This is a forensic accountant I work with. We need to know exactly how much they've taken and where it went. The numbers tell the story, and it's the story we'll use to bury them." "What about London?" I asked. She had to know where the money was coming from. "Oh, we'll get to her." Heidi's smile was sharp. "I've already archived every social post where she flaunted what they stole from you. She's not just complicit, she's broadcasting the evidence." My phone lit up with a final text from Mom. "If you do this, you're no daughter of mine." I showed it to Titus, who added it to his growing file of evidence. "Good," he said. "Let them dig their own grave. By the time we're done, they'll wish they'd never heard of the word emergency." For the first time in years, I felt something other than obligation when I thought about my family. I felt free. "Pats, oh my God, I've missed you so much." London's face filled my laptop screen, her perfectly styled hair catching the Italian sunlight, streaming through her window. Behind her I could see designer shopping bags scattered across an antique writing desk. "London," I smiled, hitting record on the screen capture software Titus had installed. "You look amazing. That apartment must be costing a fortune." "Oh, you know," she waved dismissively, adjusting her Cartier bracelet, the one I'd seen her unbox in an Instagram story the day after I'd sent Mum $3,000 for Dad's heart medication. "Actually, I don't know." I kept my voice light. "Tell me about it, about everything. We barely talk anymore." "That's because you're always working," she rolled her eyes. "I mean, it's cute how you still live in your same place, Pats. You're just loyal to routine, I guess." I thought about my apartment's leaking faucet I couldn't afford to fix because of last month's emergency roof repair at our parents' house. "Well, we can't all be living the dream in Florence." "Right," she beamed, reaching for something off-screen. "Look what Mom and Dad just sent me." She held up a Gucci handbag, price tag still dangling. My stomach clenched. Minimum $3,000, right there. They're so supportive, I said carefully. Must be nice. Well, they always said you were best at giving. Me? She shrugged, admiring her reflection in her phone. I'm the one who deserves things. I mean, I'm actually doing something with my life, you know? The words hit like a physical blow. What do you mean? Oh, don't be sensitive, she laughed. It's just, you're so basic, Pats. Like, you work your little writing jobs, live in your little apartment. I'm out here creating art, making connections. Mum and Dad get that. They know investing in me will actually pay off. I took a deep breath, remembering Titus's advice. Let her talk. And all those investments, the car, the apartments, the shopping, that's all. Mom and Dad. Mostly, she twirled a strand of hair. I mean, they said some of it comes from you too, but that's what family does, right? Support the talented one? My hands were shaking under the desk. So you knew that I was sending them money for you? Duh, she rolled her eyes again. Where did you think it all came from? Mum and Dad's retirement fund? Please, they've been using your money to help me succeed for years. It's actually really sweet how you never questioned it. And that seemed fair to you? Fair, she laughed, the sound like breaking glass. Life isn't fair, Pats. Some people are meant to be supporters, and some people are meant to be stars. You're just really good at supporting. I clicked to another tab, where my email to the Florence Art Institute was already drafted. Tell me about this new program you're starting. The exclusive one? Her face lit up. It's amazing. Only 30 students worldwide. Mum and Dad are handling the tuition. Well, I guess you are too, right? They mentioned asking you for help. 18,000, I said quietly. That's what they asked for. Oh, good. So you're doing it, because I already put the deposit down on this gorgeous villa with some friends and London. I cut her off. When was the last time you actually sold a piece of art? She blinked. What? Your art. The reason for all this investment. How much have you actually earned? That's not the point, she bristled. I'm building my brand, my following. These things take time. And money, I added. My money. Something shifted in her expression. A flash of the calculation I'd never noticed before. Why are you being weird about this? It's not like you're using the money for anything important. Just my dreams, I said softly. My future. My life. Oh, please, she scoffed. What dreams? You're exactly where you've always been. At least I'm doing something meaningful with the money. I clicked back to my email tab. You know what's meaningful, London? Documentation, records, receipts. Her smile faltered. What are you talking about? I have to go, I said. Enjoy the Florence program while you can. What's that supposed to mean? I smiled, channeling her own dismissive tone. Oh, you'll see. By the way, that Gucci bag, it's a fake. The stitching is all wrong. It is not. Mom and Dad got it from the boutique in Milan. No, they didn't, because that money went to my account last week to cover their medical emergency. They bought it from a street vendor. Just like everything else about this situation, it's a cheap imitation of something real. I ended the call while she was still spluttering. Then I sent the email to the Florence Art Institute, attaching proof of the fraudulent loan applications and financial misrepresentation. My phone immediately lit up with a text from London. What did you just do? I blocked her number and opened my laptop to start drafting the legal complaints Titus had prepared. Time to show my sister what basic really looks like. Are you sure about this? Heidi asked, watching me sign the last page of Titus's carefully prepared documents. Watch, I said, pulling up my banking app. I transferred exactly $1 to my parents' account with a memo that made Titus smile. Final payment for services rendered. See attached legal notice. The certified letter sat on my desk, thick with documentation. 7 years of bank statements, screenshots, text messages, and a detailed itemization of every dollar they'd taken under false pretenses. Total amount, $286,843. Send it, I nodded to Titus. He picked up the letter, heavy with the weight of broken trust. Once this goes out, there's no going back. They'll receive it tomorrow morning. Perfect timing, Heidi said, checking her phone. London's latest Instagram story shows her shopping for first day of art school outfits. She has no idea what's coming. My phone buzzed, Mom calling again. I declined it and opened my email instead. The response from the Florence Art Institute was already there. Dear Miss Patricia, thank you for bringing these financial irregularities to our attention. We take fraud very seriously. We will be conducting a full review of the application and funding sources. They're going to find the fraudulent loan, Titus said. The one they took out in your name. That alone is enough to get her expelled. I nodded, then clicked send on 3 more emails we'd prepared. To my parents' country club, documenting their financial fraud. To their mortgage company, reporting suspected loan fraud. To the police, formally reporting identity theft. Now we wait, Titus said, gathering his papers. They'll receive the legal notice tomorrow at 9 a.m. Expect chaos by 9:01. Right on cue, my phone lit up with a text from London. Mom's crying because you won't answer her calls. Why are you being such a bitch? I showed it to Heidi, who'd been documenting everything. She added it to our evidence file, then helped me draft a response. All communication must go through my attorney. His contact information will be delivered tomorrow morning. Please direct your concerns to him. Ice cold, Heidi grinned. I love it. The next morning I sat at my desk with a cup of coffee, watching the clock tick toward 9 a.m. Heidi had stayed over, and Titus was on standby. 9:01 a.m., 3 missed calls from Mom. 9:02 a.m., 2 from Dad. 9:03 a.m., a string of texts from London. You can't do this to us. We're family. Do you know what this will do to my future? 9:15 a.m., an email from Mom. Subject line, how could you? Patricia, how dare you send this disgusting legal threat after everything we've done for you? We raised you, supported you, loved you, and this is how you repay us. By trying to destroy your sister's dreams. Your father is beside himself. If you don't withdraw this ridiculous letter immediately, you'll regret it. Think about what you're doing to this family. Mum. I forwarded it to Titus, who responded immediately. Perfect. Their threatening response strengthens our case. Don't reply. 9:30 a.m. A notification from Instagram. London had posted a story. When toxic family members try to ruin your life because they're jealous of your success. I screenshot it and sent it to Titus. 10:12 a.m. The doorbell rang. Dad was there. Don't open it, Heidi warned, checking the security camera. Let me handle this. She opened the door just enough for the chain to catch. Mr. Barnes, Patricia is not available. Any communication needs to go through her attorney. This is ridiculous, he shouted. She's destroying our family over a few loans. A few loans? Heidi's voice was steel. Try nearly $300,000 in fraudulent transfers, identity theft, and documented deception. Leave now, or we'll add harassment to the charges. He left, but not before shouting, You've always been jealous of your sister. You're nothing but a bitter, jealous failure. I sat at my desk, hands steady, as I typed one final email. To florence.artinstituteedu. ITI subject. Additional documentation attachment. Identity pasture theft police report.pdf. To whom it may concern, following my previous email, I'm attaching the police report regarding the fraudulent loan taken out in my name to fund London Barnes's tuition. I'm also copying the relevant authorities who are investigating this case. Regards, Patricia. My phone buzzed one last time, a text from Mom. How could you do this to your family? I smiled, remembering London's words. Some people are meant to be supporters, and some people are meant to be stars. No, Mom, I whispered, blocking her number. How could you do this to me? The Florence Art Institute's response came exactly 1 week after I sent the police report. I was having coffee with Malachi, the owner of the local business incubator space, when the email arrived. "They expelled her," I said, scanning the formal notice. "Effective immediately." Malachi leaned over to read. We'd been meeting regularly since I'd started exploring the idea of finally launching my own business. He'd become something more than a mentor, but we were both taking it slow. "Look at the last paragraph," he pointed. "They're reporting the fraudulent loan to the Department of Education." My phone buzzed. London's Instagram story. "When life throws you curveballs, throw them back harder. Watch me rise above the haters." "She still doesn't get it," I muttered. The cafe door chimed. I looked up to see my father walking in, his face ashen. "Patricia," he started toward our table. Malachi straightened. "Sir, I suggest you leave." "This is between family," Dad snapped. "No," I said quietly. "Family ended when you forged my signature on that loan application." He deflated slightly. "We were going to pay it back, like you paid back the other $300,000. That money went to your sister's future." "No," I stood up, keeping my voice low. "That money went to her Instagram lifestyle while I put my future on hold. Did you ever once think about my dreams?" "You're stronger than she is," he said, as if that explained everything. "You can handle real life. London needs consequences." I cut him off. "And so do you and Mom." My phone buzzed again. A notification from my credit monitoring service. Someone had tried to open a new credit card in my name. I held up my phone. "Like this, trying to open more credit in my name even after being served legal notice?" His face gave it away. They'd really thought they could get away with it one more time. "We're desperate," he whispered. "The mortgage company called. They're reviewing our loans because of your report." "Good," I said. "They should, because I bet they'll find more fraud there too." The cafe door chimed again. Mom walked in, her designer handbag clashing with her tear-stained face. "Please," she started. "No," I gathered my things. "Malachi, shall we continue this meeting at your office?" "Patricia," Mom grabbed my arm, "London's devastated. They're making her leave her apartment. All her friends are abandoning her." "Actions have consequences," I pulled away. "You taught me that, remember? Every time you guilted me into sending money. We're your parents." "No," I turned to face them fully. "You're criminals who happen to share my DNA, and now everyone's going to know it." Right on cue, Heidi's blog post went live. My phone started pinging with notifications as the story spread. Family financial fraud. How parents stole their daughter's future to fund Instagram lifestyle. Mom's phone buzzed. Her face crumpled as she read something. "The country club," she whispered. They're revoking our membership. Your mortgage company will be next," I said. "Then the credit card companies. Funny how fraud allegations make everyone look closer at your finances." "You've ruined us," Dad's voice shook. "No," Malachi stepped in. "You ruined yourselves. Patricia just stopped enabling it." My phone lit up with a FaceTime request from London. I answered, putting it on speaker. "How could you?" she screamed, her perfect makeup streaked with tears. "They're making me leave the program. My friends won't talk to me. All my sponsorships are cancelling." "Karma's interesting that way," I said calmly. "I'm your sister." "No," I corrected her. "You're a spoiled brat who helped our parents commit fraud. Hope those Instagram posts were worth it." I hung up and turned to my parents. "The police will probably contact you soon about the identity theft. I'd suggest getting a lawyer." "We can't afford one," Mom whispered. "Should have thought about that before spending all my money." I picked up my laptop bag. "Malachi, let's go discuss my business plan somewhere quieter." As we walked out, I heard Mom collapse into tears and Dad making another desperate phone call. Their carefully constructed house of cards was falling, and they had no one left to prop it up. My phone buzzed one last time, a text from London. "I'm going to tell everyone what a horrible person you are." I showed it to Malachi, who shook his head. She still thinks this is about social media drama, he said. No, I replied, blocking her number for good. She thinks this is about her. She hasn't realized yet that it's about justice. We walked to his office, leaving my parents behind in the cafe, surrounded by the ruins of their fraud-fueled fantasy. Your story just hit 50,000 shares, Heidi announced, scrolling through her analytics dashboard. The comments are wild. Listen to this one. If my parents stole $300,000 from me, they wouldn't just be getting legal papers, they'd be getting a one-way ticket to jail. We were sitting in Malachi's business incubator space, where I'd finally started working on my branding agency business plan. 3 weeks had passed since the legal notices went out, and the dominoes hadn't stopped falling. Speaking of jail, Titus walked in, waving a folder. The police want to move forward with identity theft charges, but that's not even the best part. He spread several documents across the table. The mortgage company's audit found 5 different instances of fraud. They're foreclosing. Your parents have 30 days to vacate their house. My phone buzzed. A news alert about London. Ever since Heidi's blog post went viral, my family's downfall had become something of a social media spectacle. London's GoFundMe page got taken down, I read aloud. Apparently, someone reported it for fraudulent claims. Heidi raised her hand innocently. She tried to claim she was the victim of familial financial abuse. The irony was too much. Malachi joined us, carrying coffee for everyone. Have you seen her latest Instagram post? She's selling her designer bags at consignment shops. I pulled up her profile. Her follower count had dropped from 100,000 to barely 5,000. Her latest post showed her standing in front of a small apartment building, caption reading, "Sometimes you have to start over, but watch me rise like a phoenix." That's her new place, Titus noted. Studio apartment in a not-so-great part of town, very different from her luxury villa in Florence. What about Mom and Dad? I asked. Heidi pulled up another screen. According to local listings, they're moving into the Pine Grove apartments. You know, the complex behind the mall? I knew it. Basic 2-bedroom units, nothing like their sprawling house with the pool they'd maintained, using my money. The country club membership cancellation hit them hard, Malachi added. Your mum's bridge club friends are apparently pretending they don't know her anymore. My phone rang, an unknown number. I put it on speaker. Patricia, it was Dad. Please, we need to talk. Any communication needs to go through my attorney, I recited. We're losing everything, his voice cracked. The house, our friends, our reputation. London's back home, sleeping on our couch. We can't help her anymore. Sounds like consequences, I replied. We're your parents. You can't just... Actually, I can. And I did. How's that loan fraud investigation going? He hung up. Titus smiled grimly. They'll be lucky to avoid jail time. The identity theft charges alone. Look at this. Heidi turned her laptop around. A local news website was running the story. Social media influencer families fall from grace. A tale of fraud and betrayal. They interviewed their neighbours, she continued. Apparently, your parents have been lying to everyone for years about where their money came from, called themselves successful investors. Well, they did invest, I said dryly, in London's Instagram lifestyle, using my money. My phone buzzed again, an email from the Florence Art Institute. Dear Ms. Patricia, following our investigation, we are cooperating fully with authorities regarding the fraudulent loan applications. We have also revoked your sister London's admission and will be notifying other institutions about this incident. They're blacklisting her, Titus explained. No reputable art school will touch her now. Malachi squeezed my shoulder. How are you feeling about all this? I looked around the room, at Heidi's unwavering support, Titus's legal brilliance, Malachi's quiet strength. Then, at my laptop, open to my business plan for the branding agency, I could finally afford to start. I paused, considering, free, A final notification popped up. London had tagged me in a post, a throwback photo of us as kids with a long dramatic caption about betrayal and forgiveness. Still trying to control the narrative, Heidi snorted. Let her! I closed the laptop. She can post all she wants. The truth is, in the bank statements, the legal documents, and the police reports. Speaking of truth, Malachi said, ready to look at some office spaces for your agency? I stood up, leaving my phone and all its notifications behind. Lead the way. Behind me, I could hear Heidi reading another comment from her blog. Best revenge story ever. She didn't just get mad, she got even with receipts. She wasn't wrong, but the best revenge wasn't watching them fall. It was finally being able to rise. Ready for the big reveal? Malachi held the door open to my new office space. The morning sun streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the modern furniture and sleek design elements we'd chosen together. Heidi bounced in behind me, carrying a bottle of champagne. First client meeting in an hour. How are those butterflies? Surprisingly calm, I said, running my hand along my new desk. The nameplate read, Patricia, founder and CEO, Clarity Branding Agency. My phone buzzed. A news alert. I'd kept them active, not out of spite, but as closure. Local couple pleads guilty to financial fraud, I read aloud. My parents took a plea deal. 6 months house arrest, 5 years probation, and full restitution. Titus strode in, legal papers in hand. Plus, they're barred from taking out any loans or credit cards for 10 years. Where will they serve the house arrest? Heidi asked. Their new 1-bedroom apartment, I replied, the one they had to downsize to after the foreclosure. Malachi started setting up for the client meeting. Have you heard from London? She's working as a barista now. Heidi checked her phone. Her last Instagram post was about finding beauty in simple things, with a photo of the coffee shop's tip jar. The elevator dinged. My first potential client walked in, a tech startup looking for complete brand development. As I stood to greet them, another notification popped up on my phone, a text from Mom. I know we don't deserve forgiveness, but I want you to know we understand now. What we did, what we took from you. I'm sorry. I slipped the phone into my desk drawer. The time for family drama was over. Welcome to Clarity, I smiled at my clients. Let's talk about your vision. The meeting flew by. When they left, they'd signed a contract worth more than all the money I used to send my parents in a month. They loved you, Malachi grinned, clearing away coffee cups. Because she's actually talented, Heidi added, unlike some influencer artists we know. My phone buzzed again in the drawer. London had emailed, Sis, I get it now. Working this job, earning minimum wage, I finally understand what it means to actually work for something, to struggle. I know it's too late, but I'm sorry. L. Delete? Heidi asked, reading over my shoulder. No, I said quietly. Archive, but don't respond. Titus returned from filing the final legal paperwork. The restitution payments will start next month. Your parents' social security and pension will be garnished until you're paid back in full. It's not about the money anymore, I said, looking around my office. It's about this, what I built despite them. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the floor. Malachi brought in a small gift bag. Office warming present, he smiled. Inside was a framed quote, Success is the best revenge. Almost right, I said, setting it on my desk. But success isn't revenge at all. It's liberation. My laptop pinged. 3 new client inquiries. Heidi, now my head of digital strategy, was already pulling up their information. Look at this, she grinned. They found us through that viral post about your story. They say they want to work with someone who understands authenticity and truth in branding. I laughed at the irony. My family's betrayal actually helped launch my business. Speaking of launches, Malachi pulled out a calendar. The Small Business Association wants you to speak next month. Topic: Overcoming financial abuse to build your dreams. Book it, I nodded. Someone needs to hear that story. The day wound down. Heidi left to prep our social media strategy. Titus headed out to file the final restitution paperwork. Malachi lingered, straightening pictures on the walls. "Having regrets?" he asked softly. I looked at my phone one last time. Mom, Dad, and London's messages sat unanswered. Their attempts at apology, understanding, reconciliation, all too late. "No," I said, turning off my phone. "They taught me something valuable in the end." "What's that?" "That some people will drain you dry in the name of love, and sometimes the strongest thing you can do is walk away." He took my hand. "Ready to go home?" I grabbed my keys to my office, my business, my future. All mine, earned through work and truth, not manipulation and lies. "Actually," I smiled, "I am home." Outside my office window, the city lights began to twinkle on. Somewhere out there, my family was learning to live with the consequences of their actions. But in here, in this space I'd created, their power over me had finally completely evaporated. I didn't forgive them. I didn't need to. I just stopped letting them matter.